That equates to 45,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions saved and a reduced ship strike risk of 58% and lessened underwater noise of 5.4 decibels per transit. So I know a lot of these are just numbers that are hard to conceptualize, but this was by far our most successful program year this past year, which was really exciting for us. So as we expand the initiative, we created a still very new ambassador program where we were trying to engage the cargo owners, corporate America, like think Target and Walmart, et cetera, these brands that are buying or having their cargo shipped on these container lines. So these companies can say, we only want cargo that was shipped sustainably. They're trying to send a demand signal to these shipping companies. So this is just another component of trying to encourage participation with the Blue Whales, Blue Skies, and the Vessel Speed Reduction Program. The challenge for this is to get in contact with the right people. A lot of these organizations their top priority is not necessarily sustainable shipping, so we need to get in contact with those sustainability managers of these big corporations. We're hoping eventually to create some sort of certification program so that these companies can advertise to the consumers, because the consumers at the end of the day are who are driving these companies' direction, so that the companies can advertise to their consumers, we're only shipping with whale-safe shipping companies, to provide even more of that PR incentive to the enrolled shipping companies. And with that, thank you. I'm happy to take questions now or later, whatever works best.
Later on, maybe.
Okay, yeah. Later on.
So thank you, Ms. Anastasia. So big applause for Mr. Anastasia.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe it's better to pull together on the question in the end session, yeah? And then, so we can go to the second presenter, Mr. John. Please take your floor. Thank you.
Just wait for my slides to come up. Here we are. Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking the organisers and particularly USAID for inviting me here to make the presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit broader than Anastasia just talked about. I'm going to be talking about balancing competing uses. So how do we reconcile conservation with the uses of our marine environment? And I'm going to draw up largely upon my experience in the Great Barrier Reef. In the introduction, they mentioned I spent a large part of my career working in the Great Barrier Reef. And over the decades there, we've learnt a lot of lessons, we've made a lot of mistakes, and I hope that some of the lessons that we can talk about today may be of relevance to you. I want to start off talking about what is reasonable marine use, because I think this is really important. Not every use of the marine environment we would consider as reasonable. I want to then talk about some of the tools that we use for managing use, and many people are aware of the zoning, which we use in the Great Barrier Reef. It's something we're very proud of. But I want to stress in my talk that zoning is only one of many tools. So it's an important one, but you'll get the lesson that it's only one of many. I want to talk about how we reconcile different perspectives, because different groups see the marine environment through different lenses. They have different priorities. So how do we think about bringing those together and getting a unified view? And then I'll finish off talking about some of the lessons we've learned. So as I said, there are many different uses of our marine environment. And if you think about, the long-term uses, traditional hunting and fishing has been happening there in the Great Barrier Reef and around the world for thousands of years. But obviously there are more uses that have continued over the years, fishing, shipping, moving into our more recreational uses, boating, tourism, etc. Moving into things like research, and then some of the more recent uses, things like aquaculture, aquarium collecting, and recognising that even defence use our marine environment. So we would, in the Great Barrier Reef, consider these are all reasonable uses. They can't all occur in the same spot, and I'll talk about how we separate conflicting uses. But what might be considered unreasonable? Whoops, what's happened there? Okay, so there are what we would think some unreasonable uses of the marine environment, and many of the unsustainable fishing practices that no longer occur there, but in the past, things like cyanide fishing for aquarium fish, large-scale industrial trawling that damages the bottom, fishing spawning aggregations. These are all unreasonable uses of the marine environment. Any activity that leads to either an impact on the habitat or a loss of marine species. So things like seabed mining, seismic exploration, these things have unacceptable impacts. And then on top of that, things like tourism. Tourism can be unsustainable if it's not well managed. And so it's a really important part of our management to ensure that we do this in a way that is long-term sustainable. We also have to think about not just the uses that we know about today, but what's coming over the horizon. What are some of the new and emerging uses? And in recent years, we've had a huge growth in things like offshore wind farms, aquaculture, seabed mining. Whoops, back again. There's many new technologies, excuse me, emerging. And technologies can be what we call a double-edged sword. The same technology allows us to manage these marine areas in a better way, are also some of the same technologies that are allowing people to use it, sometimes inappropriately. So things like fish finders or GPS that allows people to go back to the same spawning aggregation and hit it over and over again. So we've got to be aware that technology is changing. It's not just for the good, there can be some bad technology. Also things like new vessel types. When you think about it, a hovercraft sits on the air. It's not actually in the water. So that doesn't get treated the same way as a vessel under our legislation. A hovercraft is actually an aircraft, even though it starts off in the water and then it goes above. So you've got to think carefully about technologies and how we'll deal with them in management. We also need to think ahead, and we have in our case a ability to think about any reasonable use that's consistent with the objectives of the zone. So I'll come back to this under permits, but it's a way we can think about uses that we don't even know about today, the new technology. But I'm jumping ahead of myself. Let me talk about the many different tools we use to manage use. I want to start off talking about the legislation. Anastasia talked about the legal basis being a really important for whale conservation. It's equally important in our part of the world. I'll run through things like zoning, marine park permits, plans of management, different levels of planning. So let me start off with, as I said, the legal basis. To me, this is the really fundamental tool. In the Great Barrier Reef, we're lucky we have a very strong legal act. And one of the things that makes it very strong is we have very clear objectives. But not only do we have clear objectives, they're actually prioritised. So the very top word says the main object of this act is to provide for the long-term protection and conservation of the environment, biodiversity and heritage values. Now, heritage is a really broad word, and same with environment. This brings in all the social and the cultural aspects. So this main object of the act says we have to protect all the values of the Great Barrier Reef. But then it goes on to say, in the second part, so far as consistent with the main object, allow for ecologically sustainable use. So very clearly, we're saying we've got the objective of allowing for use of the marine environment, but it has to be done in a way which is consistent with the long-term conservation. So I think this hierarchy, or the prioritisation of objectives, is a really important part of the way setting your legal context. Our Act also allows us to bring in regulations quite specific for things like regulating vessel speeds or looking at aquaculture or offshore impacts. The Act also brings in the provision for our zoning plan, which is what we call subordinate legislation. So we have a hierarchy of objectives and a very clear legal framework for our other tools in our toolkit. The second tool I want to talk about is our zoning. Many of you in the room will understand that we've had zoning for years. In fact, we first started zoning in the Great Barrier Reef back in the late 1980s. Today, the zoning plan looks like that. It's a series of colours. It is a spectrum of zones. So if you look across that coloured spectrum on the right there, The light blue is what we call the general use zone. That's the least restrictive zone in the Great Barrier Reef. And as we move towards the right, it's more restrictive on different uses. And so the pink zone, not quite on the far right, but the pink zone is the most restrictive zone in the Great Barrier Reef. That basically is like a scientific baseline. As a manager, I could not go into that pink zone unless I had a research permit, and I could only get a research permit if it was research that could not be done anywhere else in the marine park. So this is a really important scientific baseline area in the zoning. So the zones make it very clear which activities are allowed as of right, the tick in the matrix, which require a permit. And when it says requires a permit, it doesn't say will get a permit. You have to go through a permit assessment process. It also makes it very clear which activities are prohibited with the cross. So that matrix, and that's not every activity, but it's the main activities, is a summation of how the zoning plan works spatially in the Great Barrier Reef. So the zoning plan provides a really effective foundation for our overall management. But I want to stress it didn't just happen overnight. Today's zoning has taken many, many decades to get to where we are today. From 1975, when the Act was first brought in, to 2004, less than 5% of the entire Great Barrier Reef was in no-take. We went through a major process, and today, 1/3, 33% of the Great Barrier Reef is in no-take. But I stress it's not just the no-take that's important for conservation. All the zones provide some level of conservation benefit. One of the things we learnt is the importance of making the zones clear to the user. In the early days, where it says old approach, we used to recognise that coral reefs were important. So we'd mark out or recognise the reef, we'd go for a boundary 500 metres beyond the reef edge, and we'd say that's the zone. It looks great on a map. It was almost impossible to recognise on the water. So today we have coordinate-based, latitude, longitude, straight lines to points of latitude and longitude. Much easier to understand on the water, much easier for enforcement and compliance, and easier for the users to also know where they are. So today, the benefits of the zoning are now being recognised. The fact that we've had 1/3 of the Great Barrier Reef in place now since 2004, 20 years ago, we're seeing the benefits. The blue zone, the dark blue zone, is protecting the seafloor habitat. So it's stopping bottom trawling, it's protecting that habitat. That's 1/3 of the Great Barrier Reef. But we've also got 1/3 in the green zones, the no-take zones. And that spillover, and I heard this term yesterday, from the no-take zones into the adjacent zones is a really major benefit. Our fisheries colleagues, who initially were opposed to the zoning, couldn't see the benefits of having no-take zones for fisheries. Today they can. If you look at this schematic, the science shows us today in the no-take zones we've got much bigger fish. We've got many more fish. And those bigger fish are having many more babies. And so the larvae is carried by currents outside from the protected zone into the adjacent area where they can fish. And so we are seeing a lot of the benefits of setting aside small no-take areas for the adjacent fished areas. And effectively, this is the insurance for the future of both commercial and recreational fisheries in the Great Barrier Reef. Even though they were opposed initially to having no-take zones, today they recognise the benefits of having some areas set aside to provide for this spillover and the long-term future of their fisheries. I want to stress though, that zoning plan initially looked like that for up till 2004, and it was a very complicated process, 5 years, to get to the zoning plan we had today. That was a lot of public engagement, a lot of working with communities, a lot of trade-offs, a lot of political involvement, a lot of leadership, and today we have the zoning network on the right side of that map. But it didn't happen overnight. So effectively, the Act came in 1975. It took us 13 years to zone the Great Barrier Reef the first time. Then we recognised we weren't doing a good job. We needed to protect biodiversity. So we started in 1998. 5 years later, we ended up with the zoning plan that's in place today, and it's been in place for 20 years. I want to move on to the next tool, permits. As I said, the zoning plan tells you which activities require a permit in which zone. When you apply for a permit, it's assessed against a standardised set of criteria. And if it's assessed and approved, you then have a permit with conditions. And those conditions will tell you where, when, how, and how often you can use that activity in the zone. To get there, you have to apply for a permit, which requires an assessment fee, and then you also have to pay what we call an environmental management charge. So again, there's a very complex system of bringing money in from all the permits. The estimate from tourism prior to COVID was that tourism permits brought in around about, I think it was $7 million per annum to the Australian economy, which then went into marine park management. $7 million from tourism alone. The permits are initially granted for 1 year, and if it's successful, when they apply again, they can get a longer term permit. If you're a long-term, like infrastructure, you can get up to a 20-year permit. Generally, those more complex permits have things like a bank guarantee, if there was to be a cyclone or a hurricane that would damage it, to have it removed from the marine environment. We might have a bond or a way of drawing on money to do that. The other thing we have is what we call complementary permits. So the same permit applies in both the state waters and the federal waters. It doesn't require a separate permit. And as I said, we have this provision to think for new activities that we haven't even recognised in the zoning plan. And we first of all assess it, is it consistent with the objective of the zone? If it is, then we can consider issuing a permit. So moving on, the next tool in our toolkit is what we call plans of management. Now these are more localised specific areas, particularly high use areas or high conservation areas. And we use what we call management settings. So it's another layer on top of the zoning which determines how use can occur in certain high use areas. For example, it might tell you where you can use motorised water sports. It can tell the super yachts where they can anchor. So here is an example of a place called the Whitsunday Islands, one of our main tourist areas. And if you look on the map, you'll see the different shadings of grey. What that is, you can see on the legend, different settings. So this is like recreational opportunity, different levels of use settings. So you'll see down the very light grey, low use, to the very dark grey, high use, and then the stripe for intensive use. So what it's saying is that the whole of the Whitsunday areas isn't to be used the same way. We have this spectrum of uses. Just by way of example, that little square that I've just put on the screen is shown by the photo on the front of the cover. That's a beautiful beach, 7 kilometres of white silicon sand. Instead of the whole beach being used the same way, there are actually different use levels. If you look closely at the map, you'll see on the southern end, it's dark grey. That's very high use area. Next to it is a less grey area, and then at the top part of the bay or the beach, it's a very light coloured. So we actually limit where people can have high use recreation or tourism right through to low use. Vessel sizes, numbers of people, all those are regulated in the different areas. We also have a tool called site plans. This is getting planning even more localised. So this is where we think about within, again, a high use area where we might regulate, for example, where people anchor or where they might have to use mandatory use of moorings. So in these two examples here, those are shown by the sort of triangular shaped buoy there. They're marked. Inside those areas, it's illegal to anchor. And even adjacent to it, you must use an approved public mooring. So this is another way of regulating use in these high use areas to minimise impacts on the environment, to maximise the benefits for the users. Another tool we have in our toolkit is what we call policies, position statements and guidelines. So not every activity has a formal policy, but certainly the main ones do. And again, if you're thinking about how you might regulate your activities in the Indonesian waters, you might want to not start with a blank sheet of paper. Look at these policies and see whether there's stuff in there that you could perhaps adapt and use for your areas. We use what we call position statements for things that we don't have control over, but we still want to position. So there's a position statement for climate change. It's making it very clear that climate change is the biggest threat to the Great Barrier Reef, but clearly climate change is much bigger than just one agency. So that's when we have both position statements as distinct from policies for things we can manage. And then we have what we call just guidelines, telling the public how to be responsible reef users. Again, it's not rocket science, they're pretty basic, but you might want to have a look on the website, draw upon those when you're developing your management approach for your different areas. Each of the different sectors has their own plans, and we try and integrate these and bring them together. So say, for example, here we've got examples of fishery strategies. The aquaculture have their own plans. On the far right, you can see the way we're regulating around cetaceans in terms of distances. Each of these has that's for the tourism industry. Each of these different industries have their own plans, and we try and integrate them and bring them together in the Great Barrier Reef. So I want to stress management planning is not one layer, it's multiple layers on top of each other. So here you can see underneath the zoning, remember that really stipulates different levels of use. And then on top of that, on the top right, you can see designated shipping areas, not unlike what Anastasia was just telling us about. Certain areas where ships are allowed as of right, and certain areas where ships are not allowed to go without having a permit. They generally don't want to go there because they're going to hit a coral reef. But the reality is, designated shipping layers is a layer on top of the zoning. The bottom right, plan of management, as I said, that's a high use area, high conservation. Bottom left, you can see defence training area. That's an area management that's both spatially and temporally. That spatial closure is only in place for about 1 week a year when they're doing defence training. Most of the time, the public can go in there. But when it's closed for defence training, no one's allowed in there. So it's a spatial closure that is not always permanent. And then in the top left, dugong protection areas. That's another special layer in law that's been brought in to manage, in this case, the dugong, an important species of conservation concern. So I want to stress each of these are different legal layers that sit on top of the zoning. If you were to put them all together, it would be far too complex for one plan. I also want to stress, people think about zoning being the answer to their marine management. Zoning doesn't address all the pressures. When you think about it, zoning can help build resilience from climate change, but it's not going to stop increasing sea temperatures and bleaching. It's not going to stop cyclones and acidification. Zoning's not going to address water quality, which is our second biggest threat coming off the land. The marine zoning only applies in the marine environment, and as I said, many of our issues are on the adjacent coastal areas where we've got agriculture, main industry, so the zoning doesn't address those areas outside the marine park. Whilst zoning tells the fishermen where they can fish and what some of the gear, it's not going to stop every aspect of unsustainable fishing. So again, that's why the fisheries managers have their additional management plans on top of the zoning. So they bring in things like bag limits and size limits and seasonal closures that aren't covered through our zoning plan. Things like ports, really important to have coastal ports in our part of the world. We couldn't exist as a country without ports, but the zoning doesn't apply in the port areas. So we have to work with the ports and with the shipping companies, the way we just heard from Anastasia before, to regulate their impacts. Population growth, increasing recreation. Again, zoning can tell some people where they can access or not go, like the pink zones, the no-go zones, but we need other tools in our toolkit. And the other thing that zoning doesn't do, which is the big issue, is cumulative impacts. So rather than just managing single impacts, like just shipping or just ports, we have to think about how these combine and build up and impact our species and our habitats. So this is why we need different tools in our toolkit. So this is not a real indication, but what I'm just trying to show, if the different tools across the top against the different uses down the left, you can see different tools are used to help regulate use. Now, I stress this is indicative only, but it's really getting across that it's not just zoning, it's not just permits, it's not just plans of management. All those tools together give our overall integrated approach to management. I talked before about how different people see the marine environment through different lenses. How do we reconcile different perspectives? Well, it's important to understand that all reasonable uses can occur somewhere in the marine environment, just not everywhere. So the first answer to people is, well, you can probably occur or happen with your permit, but just not everywhere. Any permit can get a request for reconsideration, either by the applicant or a third party. But there's a process they have to go through. But you can get reconsideration if your permit is, for example, not approved. One of the things we recognised is the value of bringing the different sectors together into advisory groups. Often, half the time, it's just because one sector doesn't recognise what the importance are for another sector. For example, Indigenous people have important values. Getting the shipping companies and the fishing companies to recognise their values, bring them together into an advisory group, get them to work out together over a long time, because the value increases the more they work together. That can really benefit and help to reconcile some of these issues. It's not going to solve everything, but it certainly can help. And the other important thing, and this is, I think, when you're talking to your political masters or your decision makers, there's rarely such a thing as a win-win in a complex multiple use area. Everyone has to compromise a little bit. And so if you say to the politician, if we talk to everyone, we can get a win-win, I think you're giving false expectation. I want to finish by talking about some of the lessons we've learned. As I said, legislation is fundamental. But when you're bringing your legislation, don't just think about the water column. Think about the airspace above. If you're going to regulate hovercraft or low-flying aircraft, the implications for things like seabirds, you have to think about the airspace above the water. So in the Great Barrier Reef, our legislation goes above the water and also down into the seabed. So think about three-dimensional approach, not just the water column. If your legislation is going to be effective, you're going to need effective compliance. And we're going to hear more about this tomorrow. Otherwise, you end up with just a paper park. But I also want to stress, and I think we'll hear again a lot tomorrow, compliance is not just about enforcement. It's not just about getting a new shiny boat or a new piece of technology. It's everything from legislation, public awareness, good enforcement approaches, but then building up intelligence and working systematically and comprehensively rather than just getting in a boat and going out and trying to find badness. But I'm sure you'll hear more tomorrow. Planning, it's a really, but we can't do it sitting in an office. We have to get out and engage the community, engage the public. So for every aspect of planning, whether we're talking about zoning or management planning, it's really important to engage, and how you engage is also important. What we learnt in the Great Barrier Reef is that public meetings are not effective. If you really want to engage the community, you need to go out and do it almost one-on-one. Now that takes a lot of resources, and I can point you to a paper in a minute that shows how we did it, but it's so important to get the right information into the agency and for the public to understand, and that won't happen through a public meeting. As I said, don't raise these false expectations. Don't promise what you can't deliver. Don't promise, for example, that we're going to finish this plan within a year or 2 years. Often those timelines are beyond your control. The political master might say, no, I want this plan in place by Christmas. So don't promise what you can't deliver. The other thing I'll keep stressing, the lesson of the planning is it's not one layer. It's the multiple layers of planning together. Some further lessons learned when we're talking about management.
1 minute left, sir.
Thank you. Sound science is really important, but science isn't going to be the only thing that's going to affect management. You can have perfect science and not got an outcome. So you've got to work with your political masters to ensure political support. As I've said a number of times, you need multiple tools. You need adaptive management, particularly as our priorities are changing. What today is a priority perhaps wasn't the same in the past and will not be the same in the future under climate change. Managers rarely have enough to do everything they want, so they have to prioritise. And to do that, as I said, start right from the objectives. What's your highest level objective? And then what are your key tasks? So you need to prioritise those. And to do that, I'd suggest a risk assessment approach is the way to go. Because I'm running out of time, I'll go through this quickly, but this is a risk assessment from a document called the Outlook Report. Now, I'm not expecting you to read all the, but there are 45 threats shown on that risk assessment. Across the top, it talks about the likelihood of the risk. So on the left-hand side, is it rare? Right through to almost certain. So as you move to the right, the likelihood is greater. Up the right-hand axis, it goes from consequence. What's the consequence of the threat? Is it insignificant or catastrophic? And you can see in the top right-hand corner, 10 very high risks. That's where all our climate change risks are. But what I'm getting at is this risk matrix, talking about threats, comes back to the uses. So all the issues of fishing, like taking high-order predators or fishing and impacting species of conservation concern, they're all as threats on this risk matrix. You can see some are high risk in the red, some are yellow. The bottom line is that many of these are happening locally, but many of them happening across the entire Great Barrier Reef. The scary thing, all but 2 of those threats are happening right now as we speak. This is the Great Barrier Reef Outlook Report. I'm running out of time, but I just want to stress this is a really, really useful document. If you want to help develop your program, look at this. We are required by law to produce every 5 years. It's in a consistent format, so there's a chapter on use, there's a chapter on biodiversity, there's a chapter on risk, and that risk matrix is in that chapter. It's also an honest report. The government report says the future outlook for the Great Barrier Reef is very poor. Now, people are amazed that we say that, but the evidence is so clear, we couldn't say anything but. It goes on to say, without additional action, the overall outlook will remain very poor. So we have to work now. So this, I would really recommend you look at this. Just to finish off, if you want to learn more, there's lots of things that have been written about what the lessons we've learned in the Great Barrier Reef. The top one is about public participation, the next one about zoning, next one about compliance. A lot of those papers are available. If you can't get hold of them, I'm happy to send you copies. And I'll finish up there with my email on the bottom. So thank you very much. And if you can't get the papers, I'm happy to send them to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. John, with the long explanation, but very, valuable for Indonesia, of course. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have done with the speaker, but we can go to the question right now. For some refreshment for the first speaker, Ms. Anastasia is talking about the, from the long science, also can identify and understanding about the cetacean, yeah, or whale. In that area, or mammal. In the California, they can identify the area, also the season high aggregation. So that's why then in California can make the zonation and sanctuary. And the interesting because also supported by commercial, yeah, from the shipping company. The lane for the this very important keystone species. And this economic incentive maybe can become listened a lot in Indonesia because many stakeholders are always asking to these to the government or conservation stakeholder what the benefit, what the positive thing for their business or for the fishermen and so on. So I think this is a very good explanation and also experiences. While Mr. John, I think with the long Great Barrier Reef, I think this is true and indeed based on the long experiences. There's many tools in Great Barrier Reef that established, but I think it's very interesting about the a strong legislation act that I think we have to learn a lot from Great Barrier Reef regarding also how to create the zoning and a plan of management, site plan, and our specific plan. And from the lesson learned is about legislation, planning, and management. This is very important to avoiding the many or hundred of MPA in Indonesia become paper park. I think this is one of the good lesson learned. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we can, I think we still have about 25 minutes for question and answer. And good, thanks for Ms. Anastasia. She took less than 15 minutes and compensated for Mr. John, the 26 minutes. So I think it's still okay from the combination. And yeah, I invite the question from the first circle, maybe about 3. Oh, before start, I saw Mr. Ilman is hand up. So 3 first, yeah. Mr. Ilman, and then yeah, maybe you can mention later on your name, sir, and the one more maybe, yeah. One more, this one first, and then we can go to this text. Before you explain your question, please mention your name and also organization, yeah, and then maybe you can direct it your question with this speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ilman.
Thank you very much, Mas Imam. My name is Ilman. I'm from Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara, or YAKN. My question is for John. Thank you very much. Very interesting and comprehensive explanation about Great Barrier Reef. One question for me is about the climate change. You mentioned this is the major challenge, threat to the Great Barrier Reef. And what is it? Is there any, in terms of adaptation, did you change the zoning plan based on the climate change, especially if you identify that certain spaces, certain area potentially survive the climate change, but not in the no-take zone? What you are going to do with that? Thank you.
That's a great question. Yeah, great question. The short answer is, when we did the zoning, and that was done in 1998, climate change wasn't a big issue for us. We knew it was happening, but today, if we were doing the zoning plan, it'd be a very different approach. Now, I'm not saying we've got the tools again to address it, but we have, for example, in the zoning plan, the ability to bring on what we call special management areas. Special management areas, like a manager can use a closure if something requires it. And so this is the way we should be dealing with. If we recognise under, say, a bleaching, that an area is being impacted, we might want to close it to fishing, so we could use the tool called the special management area to bring in a short-term closure. Equally, we need to recognise that it's not just one tool. It's, as I said, the cumulative impacts that are causing... So climate change is the big one, but if you have an area that's impacted by bleaching and then water quality and unsustainable fishing. So we really are trying to remove the pressures to give those areas the best chance. So again, fishing is probably one that we can more easily regulate. So the special management tool can do that. I think there will be a rezoning in the Great Barrier Reef sometime in the future, and I think there'll be a lot of application of these other tools for this type of thing, because this is, as I said, changing environment. So one, approach doesn't answer the future, the way things are changing. So the short answer is we didn't bring it in the zoning plan when we did it as much as we could or should. We would do it differently today, but we still don't have all the tools in our toolkit to address it. The one thing we do is try and take the other pressures off. The real answer to climate change is not about a single agency or even a single group of agencies. It's a global issue, but we have to act at every level: local, national, regional and international.
Thank you, Mr. John. I think this is good explanation, yeah, Mr. Irman. And then, yes, please, sir.
Thank you. I'm James Cairo from Kenya, and I really enjoyed the 2 presentations. I'll maybe only be seeking clarification, particularly from our first presenter. I know of the dolphin, they land and they can avoid boat strikes. I don't know whether the whales, they do land, because the ship moves even slower, so do they avoid? That's one for clarification. The other one for my friend here on the Great Barrier Reef. how do the zoning plan relate to the marine spatial plan, the national plan? Is it part of? And lastly, you talk about registration in the water, above water. What of registration on land, and how far do you go?
Thank you, Miss Anastasia. Please,
Yeah,
you go first.
Thank you for your question. For the first, the 10 knots or less is really important because you're completely right. Especially the largest whales, they didn't evolve with predators that were bigger than them, so they don't even know to get out of the way of a vessel that's moving towards them. So a big part of the 10 knots or less is if they are in the way of the ship, they will get hit, and that's reducing the fatality. Some of the smaller species, I mean, it's a giant thing moving through the water. They don't necessarily want to be right in the way, so they will move out of the way. But if a vessel's moving slower, they have more capability to do so.
One thing I should have added, that in the Great Barrier Reef, we also bring in go-slow areas for small vessels. It's not just the large ships that are going to have impact on cetaceans. In dugong, high-use dugong areas, we bring in go-slow areas, which even down to the small recreational vessels says it's a voluntary thing, but we want you to go slow so you don't have boat strikes on dugong. So this happens at different levels. You asked two questions. I remember the second one first, and then we'll come back to the first one. The second one, does the lure go up into the land? The short answer is no. But what we do, we have, and I mentioned the word complementarity. The state and the federal government are both managers of the Great Barrier Reef. All the islands, and there's over 1,000 islands, are largely state land. So they are within the federal waters that are managed by the Commonwealth. So we have an intergovernmental agreement between the two governments on how we manage the Great Barrier Reef. And that intergovernmental agreement also makes it clear that many of the impacts on the Great Barrier Reef are coming from the adjacent land. So whilst the intergovernmental agreement is just an agreement, it's not binding in law, it makes it very clear that we need to regulate right up to the top of the catchment. And so there's a lot of effort and a huge amount of money being spent to regulate uses in the coastal zone in particular, things like sugarcane farming, the runoff from all types of agriculture, grazing, all those things are being regulated. Having said that, the government sets targets and they're not always achieving them, so they set a lower target. But the reality is we are trying to manage the adjacent land uses because the Great Barrier Reef and all marine areas are downstream, they're going to be impacted. You asked another question, James. Marine spatial planning. Okay. The point I was trying to make, and perhaps I failed, is that the zoning is only one layer of MSP. If you put the zoning plan with the plans of management and all the other different tools in our toolkit, MSP is that combined toolkit. So that sits within an overall ocean framework, the national framework. But for the Great Barrier Reef, the level of planning, the different zones and the plans of management and the site plans and the permitting, all that gives the MSP approach. So marine spatial planning isn't a plan, it's a series or a system of plans that together give marine spatial management or integrated management.
Okay, thank you, Mr. John. And then I think we can go to the next cycles from this gentleman from here. Have anyone to send the question? Okay, one. And is there any? Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, before that, yeah, I'm very sorry about that. Yes, please, sir. Before you, yeah. Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih. I'm sorry, because I want to ask in bahasa.
Oh.
Nama saya Syafri, saya dari pengelola Raja Ampat, kawasan konservasi Raja Ampat. Saya kira memang luar biasa apa yang ditampilkan oleh beliau berdua tadi, bahwa kita memang masih harus banyak belajar. GBR selama ini kan selalu menjadi barometer, menjadi referensi bagi pengelola kawasan dimanapun, termasuk di kami juga. Gitu. Ya, jadi saya katakan tadi bahwa GBR ini masih menjadi referensi bagi kami khususnya Raja Ampat ya. Bagaimana pengelolaan satu kawasan, di mana saya lihat dalam presentasi tadi sangat rumit ya. Bagaimana antar kepentingan, kemudian situ bertumpuk jadi satu. Nah, pertanyaan saya sederhana. Yang pertama saya ingin bertanya sama Ibu Anastasia. Ini menarik sekali apa yang Anda presentasikan terkait dengan bagaimana cetacean, perindo terhadap cetacean. Nah, di kami juga dalam catatan saya Raja Ampat dalam 5 tahun ini ada sekitar 7 kasus cetacean terdampar atau mungkin mendamparkan diri gitu. Karena setiap terdampar selalu ujung-ujungnya meninggal gitu, mati. Nah, ini pertanyaan besar bagi kami juga, apakah cetacean itu kalau mau mati dia mendamparkan diri begitu. Nah, yang kedua, sebetulnya bagaimana mengatur jalur migrasi cetacean itu dengan alur pelayaran di Anda seperti itu. Apakah memang secara spesifik ada aturan terkait itu? Nah, kedua saya ingin beralih ke Pak John. Saya pikir luar biasa sekali presentasinya. Yang pertama, pertanyaan saya adalah, saya lihat tadi betapa sederhananya yang saya bisa tangkap ya, terutama terkait perubahan sistem zonasi itu. Ketika Anda diskusi dengan berbagai ini, kemudian bisa dengan sendirinya merubah itu. Nah, pertanyaan saya adalah, apakah memang di sana itu pengelola diberi kewenangan untuk mengatur sistem zonasi itu? Seperti itu, yang pertama. Yang kedua juga sistem pantau kendali kapal ini. Di kami juga seperti itu Pak, luar biasa ininya. Ada kapal masuk, izin dari orang lain, kalau karena rusak, kami yang setengah mati gitu. Kemudian ketika kita akan ini, bukan kewenangan tidak berada di kami. Jadi itu adalah saya pikir pelajaran yang Anda sampaikan tadi, itu menjadi PR kita juga, bahwa kalau kita iris laut itu, kolom air itu, seperti yang persis seperti yang Anda sampaikan tadi, di atas sedikit ke bawah, sekitar dari permukaan sekitar sampai 10-20 meter itu kewenangannya tempat lain. Ketika kapal buang jangkar di 10 meteran itu yang lain, kemudian jangkarnya turun sampai ke bawah, itu punya kewenangan lain lagi. Sehingga ini memang pertanyaan saya adalah bagaimana meramu ini semua. Anda tadi sampaikan beberapa tools untuk menyelesaikan masalah itu. Terakhir adalah dengan tools yang Anda sampaikan tadi, bagaimana dengan keadaan atau status ekologi wilayah itu sendiri, pertumbuhan karangnya, kemudian ikannya dan sebagainya. Itu seperti itu.
Baik, thank you very much. This is a long list of the question as well. I hope I can translate it in this case, just to emphasize what you hear from the translator. So basically, Mr. Sapri come from the management authority from Raja Ampat, ya Pak. Yes, it's very famous, one of the MPA in Indonesia. So basically he was give appreciation for the long story and the experiences from your both presentation. This can give a lot of the experiences from Raja Ampat as well. And then from Mr. Sapri question to Anastasia is about in Raja Ampat there is 7 cases cetacean is dying or stranded. And first question is about how the cetacean dying, or usually if they die, they want to go or stranded in the beach or not. That's the first question. And the second is how to manage the lane of shipping. What your tip, the best tip on this? So please.
Does this work? Okay, there we go. Thank you for your question. The first question, strandings are really sad because at that point there's nothing for us to do. They can be from so many different reasons. Whales can strand because, like I mentioned in my presentation, sometimes it's the sound, sometimes they're just injured and they're not actively dying, but if they're in enough distress, they will beach themselves, which at that point there's not that much we can do. And that's another reason why the reduction of speed is really important, because if the noise is lessened, they're less likely to strand. If they're not hit, as you know, if they're hit by the ships and it isn't a fatal strike, then hopefully they can survive. But yeah, once they're hit, once they are stranding, there's nothing that we can do. And then for your second question, I think this is a really interesting question. The pathway to moving or implementing a shipping lane is so complex. The main thing that has to happen is coming to the International Maritime Organization. They are the ones that organize all of the shipping. So it can't be a regional decision, right? We have the ideal spot that we would want the ships to be moving through. We have to go to the International Maritime Organization, present our case. A lot of times that takes a really long time. We actually recently had, a couple years ago, we asked to shift the shipping lane in the Santa Barbara Channel a couple miles closer to the center of the channel, because local knowledge and from our surveys, we noticed that where the shelf of the ocean dropped off, that's where there was a lot of feeding activity of blue and humpback whales. And we noticed that that's exactly where the shipping lane was coming through. So it was a long, drawn-out process, but we had to go to the International Maritime Organization. We had to lay out the evidence for why we wanted to shift the shipping lane. So it's definitely not an easy process, but there are mechanisms to shift according to the areas to be avoided, the presence of marine mammals, and local uses of the ocean area. So it's complex. I don't know if that totally answered your question, but there's a lot that goes into it, and it's definitely not a fast process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anastasia. And then for Mr. John, the question is about the in Great Barrier Reef, is the management authority has authorized to manage the zonation or to arrange zonation or something. This is the first question. But the second question, sir, is about this. Mr. Saplo also recognized that in Barrier Reef also many complexity management, like in Indonesia, in every layer deep of the water there is several authorities, different authority in Indonesia. So this is very complex. So what are the best experiences to manage this kind of the complexity, sir? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Okay. Thanks for the question. It is complex. One of the things that we have, I mentioned very strong legislation, and if you remember, I talked about it protecting all the values in the Great Barrier Reef, and I also said the Great Barrier Reef wasn't just the water column, it was the airspace above and to the seabed. So one piece of legislation manages the whole area. Now we have within that whole area many different agencies involved. Fisheries agencies, we have the maritime services people looking after shipping, we have both a federal and a state agency involved in shipping, we have ports, but they all work under that same umbrella organisation of the Act. So whilst they have different mandates, and I talked about they have different plans, each one of those plans is integrated, and their overall aim, the government of Australia has determined the priority for the Great Barrier Reef is that protection of the values. It allows for the reasonable uses, but it does it in a way which has that overall protection of the values. So other agencies are involved in management. Every day there are fisheries boats out on the water, there are water police, there are border surveillance, border force. They're out, but they all understand the Great Barrier Reef zoning, they all understand the Great Barrier Reef rules and regulations, and they can actually enforce it for us. So it's not just the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park rangers, the fisheries people can enforce fisheries and marine park laws. In terms of the water column and different areas, we are lucky. As I said, it's all under the one control. So one of the things I would try and, in areas that are of high conservation, move as far away from vertical zoning as you can. Vertical zoning is really hard to enforce, and I'm sure we'll hear about that perhaps tomorrow, maybe not. But if you're flying overhead or going past in a boat, you can't tell what depth their fishing gear is at. So if they say we're only fishing in the top part of the water column, not impacting the bottom, you don't know that until you actually go and see the gear. or until you see what they've brought up. So one of the recommendations, and this is not just in the Great Barrier Reef, IUCN, the International Union of Conservation of Nature, they recommend against having vertical zoning. So if you have an area that's important enough for conservation in the top part of the water, there's connectivity between the water column and the seabed. So they would have the same recognition of, if it's important for the top part, it's probably important for the seabed too. So the same type of laws would apply throughout the water column and into the seabed as well. So we move away from that complexity of vertical zonation in our part of the world. Easy to say, hard to do, but I think if that's your issue, you need to start setting a long-term objective to move away from vertical zoning into, as I said, latitude and longitude-based zones, but the same rule applies for the airspace above, through the water column, into the seabed, the same general law. I wonder if I answered the second question. I can't remember. Anyway,
Second, water column management with complexity.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
So happy to talk more later.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. John. And I think because our time is 5 minutes left, so maybe goes direct to you, sir. Please concise your question.
Ya, terima kasih. Mungkin saya pakai bahasa Indonesia nih.
Oke. Baik. Oke, bahasa.
Ya, yang pertama mungkin ke
Boleh tahu nama dan organisasi?
Nama Iwan Taruna, Pak.
Baik.
Iwan Taruna dari BPSPL Pontianak. Yang pertama ini ke Ibu Anastasia. Bu Ana, tadi hasil presentasinya itu ada gambar yang ada kapal tanker, kemudian dekat ada mamalia ya, atau stasiun. Nah, kalau dari penjelasan dari pertanyaan sebelumnya ini kan artinya ada yang mengatur itu kan IMO itu kan lembaga internasional yang memang cukup susah untuk menggeser ini. Nah, dari pengalaman itu yang pertama saya tanyakan apakah sudah ada yang berhasil untuk menggeser alur pelayaran itu terkait dengan aktivitas daripada mamalia ini. Nah, kemudian yang kedua, bagaimana ini dari organisasinya Ibu Ana ini bisa mensosialisasikan atau menyampaikan kepada perusahaan-perusahaan yang punya kapal ini untuk ketika ada di kawasan atau zona yang memang banyak bermainnya atau tempat mencari makannya mamalia ini. Nah kan kalau di kita ini terutama di tempat saya ini kita punya kawasan konservasi namanya Mahakam Hulu. Ini spesiesnya itu ada pesut dan kebetulan ini alurnya juga alur pelayaran. Nah memang cukup susah kita untuk menyampaikan kepada perusahaan-perusahaan yang mempunyai kapal ini untuk ketika melewati ini untuk bisa mengurangi kecepatannya. Nah akhirnya kita membuat satu kawasan yang memang di luar daripada alur pelayaran yang memang dilewati. Nah ini juga kita sedang mengupayakan ada regulasi untuk bisa ketika melewati kawasan itu kapal-kapal diwajibkan untuk menurunkan kecepatannya.
Agak dipercepat, Pak.
Ya, nah itu kemudian yang kedua untuk Mr. John. Nah ini terkait dengan Mr. John tadi menyampaikan bahwa itu ada no take zone itu kan, ada zona inti mungkin itu ya. Nah bagaimana ketika ada orang atau ini melanggar atau masuk ke zona inti itu. Nah apa yang mesti dilakukan? Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, zona-zona apa saja yang ada di dalam kawasan itu. Nah kalau di kita ini di dalam kawasan konservasi ada zona inti, kemudian ada zona pemanfaatan dan ada zona yang lainnya. Jadi sehingga di dalam kawasan pun masih bisa ada aktivitas gitu kan. Nah kemudian di dalam kolom kita juga mengatur. Jadi kolom permukaan, kolom ruang dan kolom dasar. Nah itu juga dengan izin gitu kan. Nah, apakah lagi di dalam kawasan konservasi izinnya cukup ketat. Nah, di luar kawasan konservasi saja ini semua pemanfaatan ruang laut itu harus dengan izin. Nah, ini bagaimana yang ada di sana? Saya pikir itu saja. Terima kasih.
Oke, thank you very much. Terima kasih Pak Iwan. Pak Iwan is from the one of the management unit for conservation in Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. The first question to Ms. Anastasia. So this about the IMO, you know, this very difficult to changes the IMO lane for shipping lane. No? Is there any experiences, the success story to changes this lane? Yeah, this is the first question, and the second question is about what your strategy to disseminate or invite this company to join your best practices for manage this, you know, cetacean area. This is for your question, please.
Yeah. So
Okay.
now we're good. Okay. So we were successful with the first time that the couple years ago, actually, and in 2023, the movement of the shipping lane a couple miles inland, that was successful. Again, it was a long and drawn out process, but shifting it inward toward the center of the Santa Barbara Channel, that was a successful, when we were working with the IMO, they acknowledged that and they were able to shift it inward. And then when we extended the shipping lane out to the west, that was another incidence where we went to the IMO and they accepted our suggested changes. So for trying to get, and then that's the physical lane where the vessels are traveling through. They kind of have no choice. It's in their own best interest to stick to the physical geography where they're supposed to be going through. If they move outside of the shipping lane, if they crash into anything, they are liable for those damages. So it's in their best interest to stay inside of the lane. Now that does not indicate the speed. The shipping lane is just for the geography. The speed is a core part of what we're focused on. And that is where it comes down to how well we can outreach and convince the shipping companies to adhere to the vessel speed reduction requests. And so it's been a long, it's hard to convince them. But it's also, once we've gotten a couple shipping companies to say yes, then there's also the, peer pressure is what we would call it, where the other companies would then decide, okay, well, if this other company is doing it, then we can do it as well. It doesn't affect their economics at all. If they just decide their routes, their timing, their speed ahead of time, that we've had economic analyses to show that it doesn't impact them at all. So it's part of that getting over the barrier of communicating that this is actually a benefit to them. They're saving on fuel. They're getting positive press. We're saying their names in a lot of different journals and newspaper articles, and we're really pushing their logos if they are compliant. And so it's hard to get in contact with people, and so a lot of times when we do talk about this program, that's one really big thing that we try to push is, okay, how can we get in contact with these companies? We send out the maps. I think it was one of my first couple slides. It has the maps of where the different zones are. Those go out to all mariners that are passing through the vessel speed reduction zones. So they're getting the information. Whether or not they choose to comply, that's a little bit harder. But once they enroll in the program, usually the fleets are very compliant, and once they enroll, they want to get those positive public relations. So, yeah, thanks for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Anastasia. And then for Mr. John, the question is about in GPR there is no take zone. No? So how you handle the the illegal entrance into that area? Yeah.
Sure. So
That's the first, and then the second is about what kind of the zonation type in the GPR, because in Indonesia there is utilization zone, no take zone, and so on, and how you manage the license, or permit to use that kind of the zone. even though you have the explain, but maybe the best tip for this. Thank you.
Good question about the compliance, because as I said, unless you have good enforcement actions, a whole compliance program, then your zones are only a paper park. So we use lots of ways to work out who's going into an area. One of the things, we can't be everywhere at once, but we rely heavily on educating the public and other users. So people actually will report fishing in the wrong zone. They'll get on the radio. We have an app on the phone where you can take photos, and it has the GPS, and then use that to report incidents to the authority. As I said, it's not just a single incident. We build up a database of intelligence, and if the same boat is seen a number of times, then we'll target them through our enforcement action. So it's not just getting in a boat, going out and trying to find someone doing the wrong thing. It's building up a story. We know that most people do the right thing. We put our effort into the bad ones. We also have strict penalties. We have now what we call 3 strikes and you're out. The first strike might be a penalty in the court. Second one might be a confiscation of gear. Third one might say you're no longer allowed in this area. So we get stronger as, We have, as I said, a lot of work educating the judiciary, the judges, to understand that this is in serious environmental crime. It's not just a matter of catching a fish. This is having an impact on other people's livelihood. So educating the judiciary. So there's lots of things we do to get good compliance and good enforcement action. That paper I put up talking about the Achilles heel talks about some of that, but I'm happy to give you more information. Thank you for the question. If I can just spend 1 minute.
Yes.
The IMO is also a big interest in the Great Barrier Reef. We have shipping, but nothing like what we're talking about here. But we have the entire Great Barrier Reef is what we call a particularly sensitive sea area. And we, through the IMO, have what we call Vessel Transit System, VTS. We know every ship. It's like the air traffic controllers. There are guys sitting there with a big screen. They can see every ship operating in the Great Barrier Reef through the AIS system. They can see where they're going. They can monitor them. If they're heading for another ship, and get quickly on the radio and report. If they're heading for a reef. So we've got very good systems, but you can have perfect systems at the end. That's not going to stop human error. And so we still have ship groundings happening in the Great Barrier Reef, even though we've got really good technology.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. John and Anastasia. So I think to be fair, this one question from the online, because there is 100 questions on online, little bit lebay, but there is a lot in here. There's many in here. There is a long list. So I just choose one that there is a question for both of you, yeah? So this for both of you. So wait a minute, I will read this one. Yeah, this is the last question. What the effect of seismic activity to whales, ecology, and fisheries production? Yes. Yeah. There is a impact for the seismic activity to whales, ecology, and fisheries production. Maybe you can share the response to John as well.
So I have to say I don't know too much about fisheries production, but I can speak a little bit to the ongoing efforts to try to understand the seismic impacts on whales. We've got some really great researchers actually working in the Santa Barbara Channel looking at they've got a great project where they're tagging some of the blue whales. They're very endangered and sensitive, so they're tagging whales and doing their best to monitor their reactions. I don't know the conclusions of that study. It's a little bit out of my area of expertise, but whales are very sensitive. On the bright side, they can habituate. So if there is persistent sounds, usually they're able to go about their feeding activities, their migration patterns, and not without too much disruption. But impulsive sounds it's the kind of one-off, not consistent sounds that are the most impactful to them. So it's a really good question. I wish I knew more, and I wish I could share more about the impacts of seismic activity specifically. But that's I think all that I can say.
Okay, maybe in GBR, is there any impact on that?
Under the legislation, mining and mineral exploration is prohibited in the Great Barrier Reef. So we don't have the seismic actually happening inside the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park area. However, it can occur outside, and as Anastasia said, there are issues from we know, so governments try and regulate it. But the bottom line is that you have to have exploration, but within the Great Barrier Reef, it's prohibited.
Okay, this is the last response also, and apologize for the organizer because we are over 10 minutes, but I think we would like to thank you very much for this distinguished speaker that give a lot of experiences to us, speak up close to them. And then I think from the experiences we can, take a lot of the lesson learned and take home pay for the best practices. So thank you very much for all the participants, for you are very active participant, and I think we can end this session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Bapak Ibu untuk makan bisa di BBC 3 dan nanti diharapkan bisa kembali ke ruangan sekitar 13.20 ya Bapak Ibu. Di sekitar 13.20 dan untuk makan siang ada di BBC 3.
Sudah bisa mulai ya? Oke, good morning everyone. Okay, this is a difficult time for us in Indonesia. So, I would like to invite our speakers first. Number one is Mr. James Cairo. Please come to the stage. And number two is Bob Farrell. Actually, we have one more speaker, but he cannot make it, so he still in Nigeria, so hopefully he can be a speaker online. But I still need confirmation from the organizing committee. So, Ibu Bapak sekalian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is a very interesting theme because we will be talking about money. Money is always interesting, yeah? So, as an introduction, I would like to just refreshing what we have discussing in this morning. Number one is that when we are managing the MPA, we are not in the isolation because there are so many activities around and even within the MPAs, like fishing, mining, port development, tourism, etc., etc. That's why, as Pak John Day this morning explained, there are a lot of management tools we can use to manage the MPAs: regulation, policy, management plan, zoning plan, site plan, capacity building, public awareness. Many activities, many tools that we can use to manage the MPAs. The question is how to finance that activities in using the management tools. That is a key question for this session, because some people say that managing MPA is like a cost center. Is that right? Let's see. So, in this session, I would like to introduce you the speakers. James Cairo is a project developer for Mikoko Pamoja. He will be delivering a speech about carbon trading. This is interesting because in Indonesia also regulation about carbon trade is improvement. It is the lesson learned on Mikoko Pamoja, a small-scale blue carbon project in Kenya. I think this will be a very interesting topic today. And Bob Farrell from WITA. He will be speaking about sustainable fisheries management, implement sustainable fishing practices within and around MPAs that generate revenue streams while promoting resource conservation. So these two speakers that we will listening, and hopefully Mr. Babatunda Adeleke also can join through the Zoom platform. So, Pak Cairo, time is yours. 20 minutes, yeah?
Thank you. The slide can go on. I have to learn how to do this. I saw John. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm here, really grateful for being here today. This is not my first time to be in Bali. We were here for IOALA, the Indian Ocean Dream Association. And I also been to other parts because I'm very close working with the C4 in Jakarta. So I work for a national research institution, Kenya Marine and Fishery Research Institute, as a chief scientist. But my background, I've always worked on mangroves. And this country interests me a lot because when I was doing mangroves 1990s, I used to learn of Kalimantan, Sulawesi. So you are mangrove champion when it comes to the global mangrove area. But for those who are new to, now which one go up? How did you go up? it's good to tell you where I come from. I know there are many issues now you are receiving about Kenya with the youth revolution. I will not talk about that. I'll tell you the beautiful part of the country. The beautiful part of the country, that's our flag. And we are known. Wherever you hear marathon, you go to Jakarta Marathon, Chicago Marathon, where else? Tokyo Marathon. We define marathon like a race where everybody will be running, but a Kenya will win. Then you come to we have the big five. You come to the country, they walk on the street. And like one American told me that he want to come and see lions. Actually, we are the only country where there's a national park in the city. If you come to Nairobi National Park, you'll meet all the five. Those are buffalo. Our buffaloes are different from your buffaloes. I just want to tell you, so that when you come over, don't think you'll be milking them. These are wild animals. We have lions, we have cheetah, we have the rhino, and then we have this wonderful group of us, well known. They are called Maasai. We are 42 tribes in the country, but Maasai seems to be well known. They live very closely with the animals. Yes. Mm-hmm. No. So, but to bring you home, I deal with mangrove. And mangrove, for those who are new, I know this MPA. Initially, for those who are new here also, MPA initially used to be coral reefs. I was telling my colleague friends here, anybody who heard about MPA was coral reef and fisheries was the most important. But then there is a shift, which is good, and this shift has been brought particularly with climate change. Mangroves are a part of what we call the blue carbon ecosystem. They are carbon sink. They are major carbon sink together with seagrasses, salt marshes, and seagrass, of course. Now, globally, we are talking about 15.2 million. They could be lower. Sometimes you'll see 13.2. So I will not debate about the area because you can check that one from the World Mangrove Watch. The most important part is the lower one. The 21% of the mangroves occur in Asia, in Indonesia. And you can look at the bar graph down. The bigger, as you move up, the red part, that's the species composition. So if you are to divide the mangrove of the world, you can divide into two. We call the old mangrove. How do you point this? The old mangrove, I don't know how you point it at. So the old mangrove are the Asia mangrove, where you can see where there is a concentration, the red part, where Indonesia is. We call them the old world mangrove, the Indo-West Pacific. So that is the same composition of mangrove we have in Kenya and our region. Only that our region, that's the West African, the Western Indian Ocean region, all that, the species are the same, only there are few. We only have 9 species of mangroves in Kenya. You can have up to 60. Some area will have 67. Some areas, like you go down, you come even up to 70. And again, I'll also warn you, it depends on what you define mangrove. Some are mangrove associated, but I'm just trying to show you that that area here have more mangrove species than the other area. The West Africa, the Americans, so you can divide the world into two. We have the New World mangrove, we call the New World, and the Old World. The Old World, the New World mangrove, America, West Africa, they have only 5 species of mangrove. Sometimes you get 2 species, 3 species. American mostly will have 3. And the reason being, mangrove are supposed, they are thought to have come from the archipelago, Malaysian archipelago, Indonesia, and they moved West Africa and America. So, and that's how they are distributed. But initially, most of the biology conservation were coming from Florida, the Florida area. So there must be, some things have changed a lot because of the interest there has been now on mangrove. But why are mangrove very important? Why do we need mangrove to be healthy? Healthy mangroves store and sequester carbon. And that is important, and that's what we shall be talking. That carbon that's sequestered means is captured and then is stored. There's a big difference between, you can sequester but you don't store. Like grassland, they sequester, but they don't store. But mangrove will capture that sequester and they'll store. And they'll store particularly on the mud, on the sediment, such that a mangrove forest, for instance, will have up to 4 to 10 times higher carbon than a terrestrial forest. So they are very important, although they are very little. You're talking about, if you look at the whole world, it's only 0.2% what constitutes mangrove, the surface area. You saw it's just a straight line along the beach. But that small area contributes to 50% of the carbon in the ocean. So we say when mangroves are healthy, they store and capture huge carbon. They support coastal communities around the world through fisheries, through shoreline protection. And I can remind you, because I know most of you are born, otherwise you'll be demonstrating in Kenya. In 2004, we had tsunami, we call it the Asian tsunami. That's when the mangrove value was known, because it was estimated 1 kilometer of mangrove then, because of the protective function it does, it was equated to $1 million. So that's how it raised a lot of profile. And the area that had been degraded of mangrove because of aquaculture, shrimp aquaculture, those areas suffered more, like Badayase and other areas in the world. So that part lays a lot of... Then we also know, you look at mangrove and fisheries, we know more than 3,000 species of fish will depend on mangrove. 80% of that fish, commercial fisheries, one way or another, they'll be in mangroves as babies, as adults. So they are that important in shoreline and coastal community. So when you degrade mangrove, like the way you see, carbon evaporates. And being a carbon sink, it will evaporate so much carbon, and then it will contribute so much to climate problem. We're already suffering carbon problem. So much carbon in the air, climate change. So we are saying here that mangrove can be part of climate mitigation and adaptation. And those who have been following the Paris Agreement, the NDC, National Determined Contribution, most countries are incorporating blue carbon into their NDC. And I know Kenya has done, and I know if you Google NDC Indonesia, you see what you have done. And I'll show you the next photograph. I'm sure you know this. You know this because your country, Indonesia, has incorporated mangroves and seagrasses and blue carbon essentially into the NDC. And under NDCs, or under Paris Agreement, we have what we call Article 6. In the Article 6.4 talk about mitigation, international transfer of mitigation outcome. And it allows carbon trading. And here I always love this picture where His Excellency the President is planting mangrove for carbon business. And what we're talking about is they're doing carbon, this is 2023, and I told you the total mangrove area in this country is 3.3 million hectares. So you're using here 3.2, this is like 10% of investable mangrove area can generate 513 million return of investment. You see, it's really, so the mangrove and blue carbon essentially, they are the only system we say, you give me $1, I'll return 5. So the return of investment is very high. So why don't people come to invest? And this is where we want to, that's where the debate is. I know we are talking about blue carbon or the carbon trading, but carbon trading is not the only value of mangrove. Although that is what people only see. The value of mangrove to other, what we call non-carbon benefit, they are higher than carbon. The problem is there's no financial mechanism for shoreline protection. If people are to be paid mangrove law to shoreline protection, it will be much, much higher than when they are given for carbon, or for fishery for that matter. But now, because of the tradable commodity is carbon, and you can see how much it's a return of investment. You can see if we were to include other assets, we could even trade more. When I want to bring you home to what we call Carbon Trade 101. This is a class, because everybody thinks carbon trading is, there are so many carbon trading. We call them carbon trade. When we are selling credit, we call them carbon credit equivalent. And under IPCC, I used to serve for IPCC as a leader there. Under IPCC, we have 5 cluster area, the sector. We have waste, energy, chemical, which we call industrial. We have the houses, renewable energy. All those are IPCC cluster. All these clusters or sectors, they have ways to reduce carbon, the carbon emission. Let me give you the simple thing, like the house, like energy. Most countries are going now for renewable. We want to throw away with the fossil energy. So those are the renewable, like people want to use, the government wants to go for electrical car. They want to go for hydrogen. They want to, that is the emission reduction. Or you go to the household, communities are going for saving energy, the highest of energy. So all those is tradable. But the area I want you to concentrate on is the forestry and land use sector. You look at the forestry and land use sector, that's where the mangrove and forestry comes in. Under forestry and land use sector, you can see a very small area, blue carbon. I told you, blue carbon, why it's so insignificant. Look at how much you can trade in blue carbon, yet I told you it's only making 0.2. So it's a very small 0.2 contributing to so much because of their carbon sink. So I wanted to reflect on that when I'm doing the carbon trading. But for each of that, if you are to trade, because each of those is tradable, like if you're doing renewable energy, we do renewable energy in my country, we do geothermal. The government sells carbon credit from the geothermal systems. But in any of that, if you are to trade in each of the carbon there, you need to have what we call the conditionalities here. There is a conditions for you to trade in any carbon trading. Of all those 170, you have to show additionality. And additionality here we are saying is you are demonstrating that that reduction will not have occurred if you did not do, without the project. For instance, under blue carbon, if you have to do a blue carbon project, you have to show the activities you are doing will not have occurred. For instance, if an area had been cleared for shrimp aquaculture, and we know this area is not usable for shrimp aquaculture anymore, I can return that forest by planting mangrove. When I plant mangrove, that's an additionality. But when I plant mangrove there, for me to trade, I should not go and harvest somewhere else. If I harvest somewhere else, I'm transferring a problem, and we call it leakage. So you have to minimize leakage, and when you minimize leakage, that action must be permanent. It's not that after 20 years you'll come and clear it. So those 3 things, the 3 preconditions, additionality, leakage, and permanence, are the one you have to look at in developing any blue carbon project anywhere. They sound very easy, but they are very difficult to go to what we call additionality test, leakage problem, and show of permanence, because that is what you will be shown, whatever standards you are going to use in carbon trading. So I'll give you now what brought me here. My background, I'm a forester. And I've been working on mangrove for, say, quite a number of years, since the 1990s. And my best case area was in Kalimantan. So this is where we used to read, and you read mangrove, and even I used this model to develop the National Mangrove Management Plan in Kenya. But it frustrates me that where we were running from, the case study we were using, those areas are still being degraded than our new area. I told you, you have 21% of global mangrove area in the world, 3.3 million. I will not tell you what we have in Kenya, because you'll be embarrassed. We have 50,000 hectares. 50, I'm talking about 50, not 50, 100, 5,000, 50,000. So if you grew to a percentage, you'll be shown. So it's really small area, but we were the first one. That's why I'm saying it's the first community-led mangrove pest. We are very proud. So together with what you saw, the big five, which occurs in our street, we also trade. We are the first one to trade on mangrove carbon. And the objective here is to restore and protect mangrove through sales of carbon credit. And we are only using, this is a small, this was a test because it was funded as a scientific project. And these are the tools we use. Most of these tools have been one way or another been developed in, like if you go to IPCC chapter 4, you see, together with the Indonesian, you know, those who know Daniel, he has been involved in all those costs. So I'm saying it's not that you lack capacity as a region, but I'll show you where the challenge comes as we go. So if you are developing a new project anywhere on Earth, you'll need these tools, either IPCC tools. We have what we call the Coastal Blue Carbon is formed. We have a small group we call International Blue Carbon Working Group, and I know some of you are members. And then we also have a blue carbon primer, which gives you a stage by stage what you can do, and give you a case studies. So using that methodology, we were able to do, wherever you're doing carbon, you want to see the baseline. So you'll do a carbon baseline so that you'll be checking before and after. How do you carbon baseline? If those who are foresters, they know, you measure the DBH, you count the seedling, you count the cover, so that you'll be able to estimate what? Biomass. When you estimate biomass carbon, there will be above ground biomass, below ground biomass, and then there'll be the undergrowth. So that's the same thing we do in carbon accounting. And the same approaches we use in mangrove is what we use in terrestrial system. The only difference comes when you're doing a biodiversity baseline, and of course, the social baselines are also the same. In the social baseline, you come and look at before and after. What was the community like? What was the infrastructure, social amenities? And again, I have to emphasize, it depends on the standard you are using. Just as there are many carbon credits avenue, the standard, like the one we are using, Mikoko Pamoja is using Plan Vivo. Others are using VCA, the Vera. Others are using gold standard. Plan Vivo, why we are using Plan Vivo, I told you this was a pilot project involving only 117 hectares. We were to test that the project can be carried and used by the community. Because under Plan Vivo, you have to have what we call the sharing, benefit sharing mechanism. At least 60% of the benefit must go to the community. What are the project activities? Very simple. And that's why you'll ask yourself, why don't I have one? Why can't you implement the same? Look, who cannot do for deforestation or degrade the mangrove area? You surveil for illegal activity. You do a lot of education and awareness because of the leakage, additionality, and permanence. Then you trade that and the community consultation. Community consultation comes when they are deciding how to use the revenue. This is the carbon benefit. For instance, when we are doing carbon benefit analysis, we are using, we are selling very little because it was a test. That's 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year. Less buffer the buffering means you cannot trade everything. In fact, sometimes go to 40 because some trees do not grow. And you have to clarify, you have to, every year, annual reporting. So we give a bigger buffer, but they can rise or fall. So there's a margin. So if in a very good year, we have $30,000, remove the buffer, and you are crediting for 20 years. So that's the simple calculation. And for 20 years, if you calculate, you see we shall have offsetted 60,000 tons. When we are doing biodiversity, we are looking at the crabs, the mollusks, because those ones make 70% of the mangrove fauna. So you are estimating when the mangrove were not there were no crabs. Now the forest is coming, they start coming, so you'll be estimating. But we don't sell crab biodiversity. Now they have incorporated biodiversity offset. Initially, the standard did not have the biodiversity value because it's really complicated to see what's the value of a crab, which is not edible. But when I look at the sales, this one I was just sent yesterday. They did not send me 2023 by the project coordinator, because remember this project, I am just project developer. It's run by the community, as you'll see. So from 2010, you can see they have always been increasing. This one I was raw data. I was just trying to estimate, and you can see apart from 2021 here because of the coffee, but the rest, they have been overselling their credits. And this is when the money comes. This is very important because everybody will ask, how is the money shared? I told you we are using Plan Vivo standard. Under the standard, 60% have to go to the community. But in our model, which you may not replicate because this was a test one, you can see we are only the only money that is remaining is 6%. The 6% staying with the Access. Access is a charity organization in Scotland. Is the one in carbon market, we call them blocker. But this is a charity. It concentrates all the carbon together to the different buyers and then release. All the money is released to 94% of the money goes to Mikoko Pamoja. Then that 6% go for restoration because every year they have to restore and mark new area. Community projects like building schools, building health, supporting health services. Then we have office expenses and community wages for the. You can see if you count that, all that benefits come to the community. It may not work for every community. I have to tell you that. And I've given you, the 6% is too high. But the Plan Vivo, no, there's a lot of cost in developing this project. But the advantage we had is this was a science project. And it's been running since 2013. I'm almost going. So these are community benefit. We create jobs. We create livelihood, community services, and mangrove forestation at that around 15,000 from 117 hectares. That's what I want you to realize, is we are using a very small area. Look at the milestone. For summary, we started 2009 with community consultation. Carbon trading is really easy concept to hear, but it can be very complicated to implement. So we started 2019. 2013, we had the first sale. 2015, we had an exhibition in COP, that's a Paris Agreement, COP21, and we have always been the COPs. Then we have 2017, the same project is replicated to a bigger area. Here we are selling 3,000 tons in Vanga Brew Forest, and everything you can Google, and because some other people have studied, in the Vanga Brew Forest, we have doubled that. They are selling 6,000. In 2017, the Mikoko Pamoja won Equator Prize. In 2019, because every 5 years, there should be an independent verifier to come and check what are you doing against your PDD, project design document. Then in 2019, we launched Vanga Brew Forest. Then we got another award. And even last year, they got another award from the UN, the Man of the Year. The project, if I was to summarize the project impact, and you look at SDG, and you know what mangrove does, mangrove contributes to every SDG you mentioned. You mentioned about health, you spoke about SDG 13, which is our major, the 14 and 13, climate action and life below water. But any other SDGs would be addressed by Mikoko Pamoja. I'm almost there. But what are the building blocks? If you are to do the same in your area, what would be the building blocks? First of all, your work must be transparent. Participatory forest management plan is what we call in the country. And you cannot have a participatory forest management plan if you don't have your community together. In Kenya, mangroves are owned by the government through the Kenya Forest Service. So you have the government and the community. They form a forest management agreement. And when you have a forest management agreement, you have a plan. Then it's also led by a good science. I'm from a national research institution. All the work here is published so that we are able to show biodiversity, forestry, and you can Google a lot on our work. Then we have a lot of community awareness, such that we are not only interested in carbon, we are telling them mangrove are beyond carbon. As much as we shall give you incentive to sell carbon, but remember mangrove is your life because of fishery, shoreline protection, and then of course the international partnership. Now this is a takeaway message. The takeaway message is that when you restore and protect mangrove, that's a nature-based solution with a lot of multiple benefits. Carbon credits are from activities that avoid, reduce, or remove CO2 from the air. Avoid means you are not harvesting. Reduce is when you are managing sustainably, and remove is when you are planting. In Mkoko Pamoja, all carbon rights are owned by the community, and the tools for establishing a similar project in your area exist. And the success of Mikoko Pamoja has been replicated in Kenya, you can Google, and other parts of the country. But it is very important that we all understand the significance of mangrove in their totality. The last one, I think I've finished. Yeah, that's. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cairo, talking about carbon trading. I just realized that you are a mangrove man, yeah? And blue carbon man. Okay. And the next speaker is Bob Farrell from WITA. He will be talking about sustainable fisheries management, implement sustainable fishing practices within and around MPAs that generate revenue streams while promoting resource conservation. 20 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm not going to take 20 minutes, trust me. I've never been in the presence of a more passionate mangrove advocate in my life. So great job on that. Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. It's a great honor to be here in Indonesia, my first time. I was supposed to come to Raja Ampat, but then COVID hit. So I'm here now, very beautiful country. And again, thank you for inviting me. My background is enforcement. So I've been a fisheries officer for 30 years. I just started in 2019 consulting with a company on enforcement projects all around the world. And I can tell you that listening in to some of the conversations here is very enlightening to me in that enforcement issues are very similar throughout the world. Some of the challenges that you all face here in Indonesia are the same exact challenges we face in the US, we face in Europe, we face in Kenya, we face in Galapagos, we face in Palau. These are all very similar problems, and the good thing is going down the road of cooperation and learning from each other is really shortens that learning curve as you embark down that path. So, but I'm here to talk about financial stuff right now and offer some insights that I've been able to glean off some of the things we did in California, some of the things that I've seen work around the world, and I'll give you some examples. So there's a lot of models for generating income, right? From the green fees in Galapagos or in Palau, excuse me, every person that flies into Palau has to pay $100, $100 US. And they sign a pledge that they're there and they won't harm the environment. It's a very interesting strategy. Galapagos has a very similar project. You fly into Galapagos, they charge you a $50 US amount, and it goes toward financing, protection, conservation projects. So those are kind of large-scale, countrywide or regional programs. But then there's also examples from Hawaii. I don't know if any of you have been to Hawaii, but there's Hanauma Bay, which is a very kind of famous area, reef area. They manage their attendance at Hanauma Bay by a very controlled access point. There's a $12 US fee to go access this reef area. They also have to watch a mandatory video and sign a pledge about all the rules and issues that face Hanauma Bay. So there's a lot of different models out there, And I'm going to talk a little bit about the small-scale fisheries cooperatives, another way to generate revenue. But just understand that there's a lot of different ways that you can get non-consumptive users, people that aren't extracting resources from the MPA, to contribute to MPA management, protection, conservation. I mentioned a few of those. Again, going back to small-scale fisheries co-ops. So they generally around marine protected areas. We're going to talk a little bit about what kind of qualifies a marine protected area to be involved in something like this or an adjacent area. We'll talk about infrastructure investments, value adds, revenue sources, and then finally, because I'm an enforcement guy, we're going to talk a little bit about compliance. And I saw a statement earlier that compliance and enforcement are different. Very, very true. Enforcement is a portion of compliance, right? So we're all after compliance, and enforcement is just a little piece of that larger puzzle. So how can we kind of consider using a small-scale fishery cooperative in or around a marine protected area? So we've heard a little bit about marine protected areas, and we've heard a little bit about different ways to classify them. And so in a lot of areas, we have a bunch of different names. They might be a state marine conservation area. We have a marine managed area. There's a lot of different labels that we put on marine protected areas. But at the end of the day, what we have to remember is that they're just areas of differential regulations. So generally, they're a little bit more restrictive than the area around them. In the case of a no-take zone, that's the most restrictive, right? And all that means is there's no extractive activities happening in that particular area. And when I say extractive, I'm going to focus just on fish. You know, we've talked a little bit about minerals and other things, but when I talk about a no-take zone, we're usually referring to there's no fishing allowed in there. Now, one thing that it doesn't mean is boats can't be in there. So boats can transit the area. Oftentimes, there's other activities, non-consumptive, non-extractive activities that can happen in that area. So we have to look at all those to see and get a better handle on what type of marine protected area might qualify for a small-scale fishery co-op. So a no-take zone, obviously, we're not going to have a co-op in that zone. So that's going to affect things. Another thing we talked about is, again, the differential regulations. So, for instance, we may have a zone where we can only take pelagic species and not demersal species. Very difficult to enforce, very difficult to manage, but there's many zones that are like that. We have differential regulations. So we have to look and see to make sure that our marine protected area would qualify for some sort of fishing, commercial fishing activity. So some areas are subsistence only, and that means that the local communities that are in or adjacent to an MPA may be able to fish there, but only for their own consumption, right? So we can say, well, that's not going to work either. So how about a certain area where they can take certain resources, extract those resources, and sell them, right? And use them for either barter or sale. So we need to consider those MPA regulations. The other thing is, what's the marketable species within that marine protected area or near that marine protected area? So sometimes we have what we call high value, low volume species. So stuff that doesn't, there's not a lot of it, but what there is of high value. Other areas might have a lot of the species, but it's low value. And so what we see is some of these low value species are not being utilized as much as they could. So some fisheries, the fish comes in, the quality is so poor that all that can be done with it is fish meal, and they're not fit for consumption. So we want to look at all these factors before we start considering where we might be able to implement some of these techniques. So if we have a place where we can extract resources, those resources are marketable, then we can start to look at how we can extract better value from those species. Again, if we're landing species that are degraded from, sitting on the deck of a boat all day long, they're not taken care of properly, they're only fit for fish meal or other things that are of low value, how can we change that? So what we can do is make infrastructure improvements. We can make those infrastructure improvements to the landing site, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the benefits of that, but also we can make those infrastructure improvements to the fishing vessel itself. So in terms of processing, it's as simple as buying a fillet table where people have a clean place to process the catch. It's as simple as buying an ice machine that can help to preserve those fish on the boat. It's as simple as having the ability to store the fish on the boat in a way to preserve the marketability of that fish and increase its value when it hits the dock. In California, for instance, many fishermen would catch fish, maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, bring those fish in and get a very low value for those fish. Now, because of quotas, because of the scarcity of fish, much more care is taken in preserving those fish aboard the vessel. So a great example of that is our salmon fishery. Salmon fishing off the coast of the west coast of the United States is a very lucrative business and very high value. However, the fish quality wasn't always the best. So fishermen would catch the fish, they would not take they would not gut the fish, they would not head the fish, they would just put the fish on the deck of the boat, bring the fish in, and sell it for pennies on the pound. Now, those fish are handled much better. So the fish are gutted, the fish are gilled, they're put into an ice slurry, and those fish, when they come to the dock, are of much higher value and command a much higher price to the ultimate consumer. So these are the types of improvements that we can make to some of the small-scale fisheries. So by increasing the value of the fish, the quality of the catch, both on the dock or on the vessel and at the point of landing, and helping that fish retain its value, we can get several value adds. One is consistent supply, market share, and brand recognition. So when I talk about consistent supply, this is really important. Fishing is a kind of a feast or famine profession. Some days fishing is good, some days fishing is poor. So by putting together a group of fishermen, a co-op, we can have a more consistent supply. So if I'm a market owner or a restaurant owner, I don't want to hear that you have good fish today but none tomorrow, because my clients want good fish every day. And so this is really an important concept that the fishing industry has struggled with a lot. Consistent supply, the demand is consistent. So a consistent supply is necessary. Only by pooling catches can that consistent supply be achieved. And again, market share. If I know that your product is of highest quality and your reputation gives you that brand recognition, then you will always be able to maintain that price structure. So again, if we have a high value product, we have a consistent supply of product, we can start to market our product to restaurants, hotels, direct to consumer. These are things that increase the value to the fishermen. They increase the value to the fishermen because they're getting a higher price for the fish. This is important. We talked earlier, yesterday I heard, well, what are we doing to improve the fishermen's, stake in this? This is one way. Once we start limiting the amount of fish that can be caught, either through closures or area differential regulations, how do we compensate the fishermen for their loss? The communities that are in and around those marine protected areas that we've now curtailed some of the catch and some of the activities, they've relied on those areas throughout their entire civilization, right? So they've always been tied to those coastal resources. So how can we maintain that that standard of living that they enjoyed before we put a marine protected area in their backyard. So, so we've increased their value. Now we can take a little bit off the top, and that's what I mean by an ad valorem tax. So how do we finance some of these infrastructure improvements? How do we finance some of these improvements that we plan on doing to the boats and to the processing facilities? Well, we take a little bit of a landing tax, right? So the higher the value of the product, then the higher the value of the tax, right? So if we say a lot of times tax on landings is static. So in California, for instance, we do have a landing tax, but that landing tax is based on the number of pounds landed. It doesn't take into account the value of those products. An ad valorem tax takes the value it takes the value of the product into account. So for instance, in California, we had rockfish, were a very lucrative product that many fishermen caught, but they would have maybe an average of 45 to 50 cents per pound for rockfish that they had caught. In the 1990s, we started seeing a higher market share for live rockfish. Those live rockfish now account for maybe $4 to $7 a pound for live rockfish. But we're still getting pennies on the pound as a tax because it was based on the number of pounds landed and not the value of the fish. So when we talk about being able to sustain our landings and our landing tax that goes to management, conservation, or financing some of these cooperatives, we have to take the value of the product being landed into account. And then also access fees. So a lot of times we have, and I saw in an earlier presentation yesterday, the concept of limited entry and fishing quotas, right? So it's basically a pay to play. The permits that we were talking about earlier, all those cost money. So if you have a vessel registration, a fishing access permit, all those things generate revenue. And if those permits are limited, then they in fact have a higher value if there's a limit. So for instance, in California, we have the Dungeness crab fishery. The number of permits allocated to fishing for Dungeness crab are limited. So as a government agency, we get a certain amount of money for that permit, but those permits can be sold on the open market for a much higher fee. So in California, a Dungeness crab permit goes for about $500 per foot of vessel length. So a 10-meter vessel would be 30 feet, and you would say $500 times 30. That's how much that permit would go for on the open market. So these are all ways to generate revenue for the fishermen and underneath some of these parameters.
5 minutes, yeah.
Okay. I thought I was going to go fast, but anyway. So this is the last slide. So anyway, and how does it go to compliance? So I'll give you a couple of examples of co-ops that have resulted in kind of an unintended consequence of compliance. And self-regulation. Because at the end of the day, as an enforcement guy, I would love to be put out of a job. I would love for the industry and the public to self-regulate. Unfortunately, that's never going to happen, but we can hope. And so these co-ops, they set up a structure and put rules together to say, for instance, in the case of Ecuador, the local co-op licensed the fishermen through the co-op. So each landing and each time a fisherman came in, they were checked and to make sure that they were a member of the co-op, checked to make sure that their catch was legal, and in that way ensured compliance in that area. On the West Coast, we have a Pacific whiting fishery, and these are in large industrial boats. They formed a cooperative, and again, they do the same thing. If they're fishing in an area where there's high bycatch, they will move, and they will move as a result of their internal self-regulation rules that they've come up with on their own to ensure that their fishery is sustainable, that they get the highest value, and that they don't jeopardize the sustainability of their own resource that they depend on. And then finally, the co-op ensures a little bit of food safety and security. By having a specific landing site, we can more closely monitor the landings that are coming in. Inspectors have access to those sites, and it's a much easier job to go to one site where there's landings rather than 20 different areas along a coastline. As an inspector, if all my landings are coming into one place, it's a much easier job for me to go there and inspect those landings rather than try and chase down boats and chase down trucks going down the road in every direction. So thank you very much, and hopefully we'll get some good questions, and we'll talk a little bit more about enforcement tomorrow.
Thank you, Bob Farrell. The third speaker is from online. Is he already? Okay. Mr. Babatunde Adeleke. It is more general about sustainable finance strategy development for MPA management. Time is yours for 20 minutes, yeah?
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thanks for inviting me, and let me apologize for not being able to make it in person. I was really thinking I could make it, but because of the short notice and logistics of traveling, I couldn't make it in person. I would have loved to be in Bali to present in person. But thanks to the invite. I'm going to be talking about our journey of sustainable finance strategy development for MPA in South Africa using Isimangaliso MPA as a pilot. Next slide, please. My name is Babatunde Adeleke, and I work as the pioneer sustainable finance developer for White Trust. White Trust is an NGO, a non-government organization that focuses on conservation and is based in South Africa. White Trust run two major programs. They have the Wildlands and the Wide Ocean. The Wildland focuses on conservation of terrestrial and green species, while the Wide Ocean focuses on marine environment conservation, promotes marine protected area development. Our project started in 2019. Please, the next slide. Hello?
Yes. Please continue.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I can't see the next slide.
Okay, we have a technical problem. The technician is still working on it. Okay, you can start again now.
Okay. I think my screen is frozen.
Mr. Adeleke, can you continue? I think there is a sinyal ya. Saya kira ada masalah sinyal ya, jadi sinyal di sini atau di sana? Di sini. Kita tunggu barang 1-2 menit ya untuk merecover sinyal. Okay, while we are waiting for the technical problem address, why not we start with the question for previous two speakers. So let's start, okay, one from that side, from this side, from the middle, any question? No? Okay, let's start from, okay, two from the middle. Please Pak, yang di ujung. Oh, sorry. Can you speak in bahasa?
Mohon izin saya ingin menyampaikan pertanyaan dalam bahasa Indonesia.
Ya, silakan Pak.
Yang saya singkat saja untuk
nama dan organisasi Pak ya.
Nama saya Andri dari Loka Pekanbaru, pengelola kawasan konservasi di Kepulauan Anambas dan di Pulau Pieh di Sumatera Barat. Menarik apa yang disampaikan oleh Bapak James tadi terkait dengan skema coral trading ya. Carbon trading dari pengelolaan hutan mangrove. Nah, yang ingin kami tahu bagaimana skema yang diterapkan di negara Bapak sehingga bisa direplikasi di sebagian Afrika, sehingga skema pembagian dari dampak carbon trading itu ke masyarakatnya. Karena yang kita lihat sekarang ini kan hal ini masuk ke kas negara, bukan langsung ke masyarakatnya. Nah, ini kan kembali ke negara masing-masing bagaimana menyampaikan nilai yang dikelola ini bisa dirasakan oleh masyarakatnya. Karena kita ketahui selama ini kawasan konservasi di perspektif masyarakat adalah membatasi hak-hak pengelolaan mereka yang inginnya bebas. Nah, yang kedua terkait dengan Bapak Bob, begitu juga hal yang sama terkait dengan khususnya di masyarakat yang nelayan skala kecil. Nah, bagaimana pola yang dilakukan supaya masyarakat tersebut benar-benar merasakan nilai manfaat dari pengelolaan kawasan konservasi. Karena sejauh ini yang kita rasakan kemarin dari pertanyaan kemarin juga kebanyakan di kawasan konservasi sudah dikelola sekian tahun, tapi ketika kita datang ke masyarakat yang melakukan survei atau melakukan jajak pendapat terhadap kawasan konservasi, pernyataan yang paling masif adalah kami dibatasi pemanfaatan dan kami tidak merasakan manfaat dari pengelolaan tersebut. Terus yang kedua, tadi saya melihat nilai pemanfaatan yang dilakukan adalah peningkatan kualitas pengolahan. Nah, apakah pengolahan ini pengelola kawasannya yang melakukan atau pengelola MPA-nya atau itu dari suatu kesatuan negara yang memfasilitasi untuk terkait dengan pengelolaan tersebut? Mungkin itu saya Pak.
Okay, thank you Pak Andre. So first question to Mr. Cairo about how to distribute the result of carbon trade to the local communities. How to distribute the result of the carbon trading?
Yeah, I think I indicated the benefit sharing scheme, and it will depend on the standard you are using. Remember, the carbon market are a two stream. You can go to voluntary carbon market or compliant market. Compliant market is because you are signatory to UNFCCC, because you are signatory to Kyoto Protocol, your country qualify. But the problem with the compliant market is very slow, but it's really, really paying. Most of the other carbon trading, like the power, geothermal, we use the compliant market. The other voluntary carbon market is where is a gentleman agreement. We come and agree. But now, that's where the standards come. If you are using Plan Vivo, 60% of the money has to go to the community. And I showed you, in our case, up to 90%. This money comes directly. So Mikoko Pamoja is managed by a community of two villages, 13-member, they are 13-member committee, but representing a population of 5,000 people in two villages. So the money is not with us. We only develop and the community run the project. I'm from a government research institution. We use this one as a test example, but we don't deal with the money. So the money comes to them. And you can read it. Actually, you Google, you will see a lot of review about Mikoko Pamoja and why we. So it's replicable from one village to another. Only the most critical thing is the community angle. The science we know very easily. I show you the tools, but community change. When if it works in Kenya, it may not work in you. And that's why you need a lot of bringing, a lot of understanding, a lot of... I've just come from Pakistan, where they are now doing a different scheme because they are doing a PPP, government and private sector. And they're involving huge areas, 600,000 hectares, selling also 1 billion. You know, it's a really big business, but the problem with carbon market overall, people misunderstand it, people over-expect from it, and then there's bring a lot of, what you call a cartel business. It's really easy to bring it, greenwashing you hear, but when done well and using the principles of Blue Carbon, in Blue Carbon we say we are generating very high quality carbon. Like what we have done in Vanga, after Mikoko Pamoja, we have replicated to Vanga, Blue Forest, you can Google that. There we are combining mangrove and seagrasses. So the point, to answer you directly, the money comes to the community, and it's the community who decides what to do. Some money goes to the village, to the health, school, bursary, and everything.
Thank you, Mr. Cairo. The second question, I think to you, Bob, how the small-scale fisheries get benefit from the existing of the MPA?
Yeah, thank you. So first off, it's not the marine manager, MPA manager's function to do anything other than maybe facilitate this type of arrangement with the fishermen. So the fishermen are in control of the processing, the fishermen are in control of the marketing. As an MPA manager, you could facilitate this perhaps. You could look for microloans or NGOs that would help finance the startup of some of these concepts. But at the end of the day, this is by the fishermen, for the fishermen.
Udah terjawab ya. Thank you. Any more question from this side? Yeah, please, Pak.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Aditya from WWF Indonesia. I have a question to Mr. James Cairo. I see that most of the carbon markets happening today are more focused on the restoration projects, and both from the demand and also from the methodologies that has been developed. What I want to ask is what can we do as a community of Blue Carbon and managers of MPAs to be able to push more methodologies and push more demand so that the protection part, or like the reduction of the degradation part, can also be further developed for the market itself, especially for the voluntary carbon market, because as you said, Indonesia has a lot of potential of existing mangroves, of a lot of like current species that are richer than anywhere else in the world from the map that you show us today. But what the problem for Indonesia is that we're not actually benefiting anything from protecting those existing areas without doing any further restoration. So yeah, that's my question. What can we do to further develop the methodologies and also the demand for the protection and the degradation prevention? Thank you.
You understand the question,
Yes,
right?
I understand. If you go now to Vera, the goodness with the Plan Vivo I can use any standard. But you go to Vera, we now have the restoration and conservation methodology, wetland restoration and conservation methodology. What I'm indicating is, in fact, you get very little from restoration. The most of the resources you get, you saw my activity. One of the activities was mangrove restoration. The other one was avoided deforestation. The other one was awareness, whatever. The most carbon you get is avoided deforestation. Just having the forest there to grow, to protecting the one which is there. That one you'll generate more because the forest is already growing, it's capturing more, and you'll get more if you estimate the carbon capture and storage is higher than if you are to plant. The planting has a lot of risk, but it's really, really sexy. We'll say everybody wants to be laughing around planting. But when you look at the whole biology, it's easier to do ecological mangrove restoration. You just return the lines, water comes, it grows itself. So avoided deforestation works very well, and you can look at the methodology and even look at the primer, mangrove restoration primer, carbon primer, you'll see what we emphasize.
Thank you. Any question from this side? No? Yeah, Pak Ismail, please.
Terima kasih. In Indonesia. Jadi menarik mengenai carbon trade ini ya. Saya mau menanyakan kepada Pak yang terkait dengan carbon trade. Jadi di Papua ini kita sudah kenal bahwa mangrove-nya sudah berumur lama ya. Kemudian masih tutupan mangrove-nya juga masih sangat lebat. Nah, pertanyaan simpelnya kalau kita di masyarakat, apakah dengan tutupan yang sekarang ada atau existingnya sekarang ini bisa langsung dijual atau bagaimana? Karena masyarakat kan beda persepsi kita dengan mereka kan. Dia tahu bahwa ini ada nilai, kalau kita dia meminta berapa harganya, kira-kira bagaimana menghitungnya atau bagaimana sistem pembayarannya? Karena mereka
karbonnya maksudnya.
Ya, karbonnya.
Okay, there is kind of a perception in the communities that when our mangrove is still good, so we can sell the carbon of within this mangrove. Can we do that?
Yeah. Now it depends on. Remember that I told you additionality, leakage, permanence. If the area is designated as a park, you cannot trade that because there's no additionality. Yeah, if there's no additionality, you will not do anything. But there are areas that are not, is a double, they are allowed take, a reserve we call in my country, or areas that are utilization zone. But if an area is a park, you cannot trade. But there is another mechanism, that's why we talk about NDCs, where now the country invests because the country will be using that to meet its commitment. But that doesn't come directly to the community. The community comes where the law allow you to exploit, the law allow you to sell, so you are inducing pressure from the people. But if it's a park, you cannot do.
Any more question? The last one? Oh, tadi ada Bapak ya? Okay, there are two ya. Bapak first, and then the last one is the ladies. Please.
Okay, thank you for your the chance for me to ask Mr. James about carbon trade, but I will ask to you in bahasa, I think. Okay, Mr. James, saya sangat tertarik ya, I'm so interested for your presentation in carbon trade. In dalam bahasa Indonesia berarti perdagangan karbon, kami sangat menarik. Dan mungkin kalau di tempat, mohon maaf, izin, nama saya Reza Falevi dari Lokal PSPL Sorong. Jadi terkait dengan perdagangan karbon ini pertanyaan saya sebenarnya sudah di cover juga sama teman saya di sana dan yang satu orang ini. Cuma satu hal tadi saya sempat dapat informasi bahwa luas area mangrove di Kenya itu hanya 50.000 ya Pak James ya. Dan itu mungkin tidak terlalu besar dan pilihannya adalah tidak menjadikan sebagai kawasan konservasi atau taman. Saya kira begitu. Tidak menjadikan konservasi sehingga bisa diperdagangkan nilai ekonomi karbonnya. Nah, pertanyaan saya adalah bagaimana jika satu kawasan konservasi atau satu area mangrove atau lamun sebagai blue carbon dijadikan satu kawasan konservasi yang sudah merupakan mandatory untuk menjaga ekonomi karbon. Gitu kan. Tapi kalau belum ada rencana pengelolaannya, manajemen plan-nya yang menyatakan bahwa tujuan kawasan konservasi tersebut bukan untuk mengelola karbon, tapi untuk mempertahankan ekosistem, apakah itu menjadi tambahan atau additionality Pak James terkait hal tersebut? Apakah kalau itu memang bisa, bagaimana teknis perdagangan karbonnya? Saya kira demikian, makasih banyak.
Saya klarifikasi pertanyaan, jadi kalau karbon dijadikan kawasan konservasi,
iya,
kemudian diperdagangkan karbonnya?
Iya.
Oke.
Jadinya begini maksudnya Pak, izin. Awalnya misalnya dia kawasan konservasi, kita manajemen plan-nya belum mencantumkan karbon sebagai target gitu kan. Nah, jadi kalau itu apakah itu bisa diperdagangkan sebagai additionality atau sudah menjadi bagian dari kewajiban gitu. Oke, makasih.
Do you understand the question? No? No, very well, okay. So if the mangrove area become an MPA, designated as the MPA, and then the management plan of the MPAs is actually not really mentioning about the carbon trading. Can we do the carbon trading?
Remember, we do have a different range of MPAs. We have those one we call the Mana and Biosphere Reserve. We also those one we say no-take zone. Even the like Great Barrier Reef, some parts were no-take zone. That's a park in my case. But we also have reserve area where you have regulated removal. Where you have regulated removal, you can trade because you'll be reducing pressure. You'll be bringing other livelihood option. You'll be bringing other, that's now the additionality. But you'll not be shifting the problem to another area. So it is allowable depending on the definition, classification of your conservation area.
Thank you. The last question.
So, okay, thank you for the chance. So, my name is Ali. I'm from Universitas Bangka Belitung. So, first I would like to ask to Pak James. So, what is your biggest challenge to build the carbon trading like in Mikoko Pamoja? Yeah. In Bangka, so I'm from Bangka Belitung. So in Bangka Belitung conservation area, we just start like the carbon research since like just recently 2 years now, and we also involve the students, and yeah, we still growing, and also this year we are planning to do some research on the carbon measurement also in Bangka Belitung. And yeah, what is the biggest challenge if we want to make it big like carbon trading in Mikoko Pamoja? And for the second question is for Pak Bob. So it's about the sustainable funding. So in our in most of the community in Bangka Belitung, we also have post-processing product like the fish cracker or fish fermented product, but then like also most of them are only
So one of the challenge we had is to bring that message and letting people who are stealing mangrove become the one to protect. That change of behavior, the behavior change, and that's why I emphasize that you need to build confidence with your people, but don't give them over expectation. You're telling them, look, we are not taking away from your resources, we are not reducing your livelihood, only we are regulating your activity. If you do the right forest management, you'll get your product back, you get fish, you get shoreline protection, then you have an incentive. So to bring that base of holistic understanding of ecosystem services, the total ecosystem, the value of mangrove to fish, shoreline protection, carbon capture becomes an additionality. That's why awareness creation is a very powerful tool, when otherwise it can be really easily you can very easily fall under capture, elite capture and community and politics. People thinking that you are changing a common good to a private, which is not the case. You're trying to bring all of us see the value of the mangrove as ecosystem, but then you incentivize with carbon financing.
Yeah, thanks for that. Great question. So we talked about in the presentation subsistence fishing versus having a marketable product, right? So if the community is just consistent or subsistence fishing, there really is no room to sell that product, right? However, if there's a surplus in that product, that's where the community can market that product, right? So if they're subsistence fishing and they're just feeding the community, we can help them to increase the quality and the food security of that community. But if we want to have a value add and we want to market that product, we're going to have some surplus. And that surplus is going to necessarily need to be marketable. So if there's a particular style of product that community makes, that can be a niche market. That can be a very lucrative business. We see it all the time with fishermen marketing their own brand of, say, smoked tuna or whatever, and that turns into a global brand. And we talked about that brand recognition, that quality enhancement. So those types of things are all avenues, but they have to be above and beyond what that community needs to be to have their own food source.
Thank you. As our speaker in Nigeria, Babatunda, is already online again, and I hope there is no more technical trouble. So we will give a time for Babatunda Adeleke to continue his presentation. Please.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for the technical glitches. And also, if you can permit me, maybe I should stop my video to reduce the amount of bandwidth that will be consuming. Please, if I'm allowed to do that, then I'll put it on during the question and answering session, just to make it faster. Thank you. So, as I was saying earlier, we work and partner with the Isimangaliso MPA as a conservation NGO. Isimangaliso MPA is, let me just lay a context about Isimangaliso MPA in South Africa. Isimangaliso MPA is the biggest MPA in South Africa. It was declared a World Heritage Site in 1999, and it is located from the South African-Mozambique border down to the south around St. Lucia. The MPA extends around 196 kilometers along the coastline and extends 84 kilometers offshore, covering a total land area of about 10,715 square kilometers. The MPA provides protection for numerous species, including corals, coelacanths, and turtles. So I'm going to talk about our projects, diving deep into the projects. This project was funded by Blue Action Fund, and it started in 2019. The first phase was from 2019 to 2023, which was tagged Ocean Alive Project. Then we've started the second phase of the project. We started August last year, and it's going to run for another 4 years to 2027. Then there are also associate funding from ORA, the Ocean Risk Resilient Action Alliance, Ocean 5, and other organizations. So in the next slide, I'm going to be talking about the objectives of each of these projects. So The first project, which started the sustainable finance development as a pilot, was the Ocean Alive project. And the project objective were to, to strengthen management effectiveness of the Isimangaliso MPA, to generate knowledge of marine ecosystem, deliver tangible benefit and improve livelihood of communities within and adjacent of the MPA, and also to pilot the development of sustainable finance solution for Isimangaliso MPA, and also for other, using this model for the development of sustainable finance solution for other MPAs in South Africa. Then the subsequent, which is the current projects we are running with the MPA, the project objective is to develop, build a socio-ecological resilience to climate change for the MPA. And, we've got also 4 objectives on that, which is to strengthen management and protection of the ecosystem, rehabilitation and improve the health of coastal ecosystem. We're still continuing with the improvement of livelihood and food security for vulnerable communities within the MPA, and also to improve knowledge and capacity base for ecosystem adaptation. So this is the project that is currently running, which is going to run for another 4 years. So looking deep into each of these objectives of the first phase of the projects, in strengthening management effectiveness, the White Trust as an organization who provided support for the MPA in preparing their management plan. They had an integrated management plan, but they didn't have a separate management plan for the marine protected area. So we came in and we supported them and funded the preparation of management plan for the MPA, and also assisted with the annual MET assessments, that's management effective tracking tool of the MPA. Then we also funded and helped with the renovation and refurnishing of their dilapidated infrastructure. There were a lot of infrastructures that were dilapidated before we came in to support, and we're able to refurbish and also support with vehicles to enhance effective monitoring and patrol. Then staff were also trained and some were also retrained in order to help with efficiency of the management of the MPA. Then members of the communities were incorporated as part of the managers of the MPA. They were recruited as torture monitors and beach stewards. The next objective, which was improvement of biodiversity knowledge. So what we did was we conducted a lot of surveys, ROV surveys, BRAV surveys to determine abundance and distribution of species, biodiversities within the MPA, and also to assess the condition and nature of the ecosystem within the MPA. Also, for migratory species, we did acoustic telemetry, which involves tagging of sharks and rail and monitoring the cross-border movements of turtles, sharks, and whales across the South African Mozambique coastline. Then livelihood developments, we came in and supported with building a resource hub in 3 major communities that are located within the MPA. And there are also conservation education that we run weekly basis and periodically just to educate the communities within the MPA on the importance of conservation and for them to feel as part of the guardian of their natural resources. Then youths were also employed under the Youth Employment Scheme, which was funded by Nedbank, one of the banks in South Africa, to provide employment for the youths. And the adults and also some youths within the MPA were trained on small-scale businesses, and so that they were supported with finance and resources and tools for them to start their own businesses. Then under the livelihood development, we developed an eco-cultural hike trail. This trail ran from the northern part of the MPA to the southern part of the MPA, crisscrossing different communities within the MPA. The aim of this community-based tourism product was to open up the value chain of eco-cultural and community-based tourism so that members of the community can participate economically from different services that will be provided in those products. And in doing these products, you know, so many of the community members that were not employed, they got employed. There are community members that had houses that they could accommodate tourists, and tourists could learn about the culture and the environment in that place. So I'm not going to focus on the sustainable finance development aspect of it from this place onwards. So in the course of developing a sustainable finance strategy, it's still an ongoing process. Our core objective was to assess the funding needs of the Isimangaliso MPA in order for us to be able to determine the funding gap. We also conducted cost-benefit analysis so that we determine who are the economic winners and who are the economic losers among the key stakeholders within the MPA, and also for us to identify and develop sustainable finance solutions and implement some of the identified finance solutions in the course of the project. So in conducting the needs assessment, we brought together, that was in 2022, we brought together key MPA stakeholders. We have the conservation manager, because the aspect of the conservation was outsourced to the provincial conservation agency, while the national agency manages the entire park. So we brought the conservation manager, the park authority, and also the communities together in order for us to be able to determine what are the current resources available for the management of the MPA and what are the resources that are needed for the effective management of the MPA, and for us to be able to mean what is the funding, the gap that needs to be bridged in order for the MPA to be effectively managed. So in terms of revenue sources of Isimangaliso MPA, their revenue sources is majorly grouped into two. That's revenue from exchange transaction, which is majorly from tourism revenue. So they have revenue from entrance fee, activities, fees and permits, tourism concessions, and community levies. Then most of their revenue or their income comes from public fund, which is the government fund, which is the revenue for non-exchange transaction. So if we look at the charts here, we'll notice that this shows the revenue mix of the MPA from the year 2016, the trend of their revenue from 2016 to 2023, which is being utilized to manage the MPA. But if we look at it, over 85% of the revenue, like most MPA, comes from grants and subsidies from government. Now, tourism concession, which also constitutes a growing revenue source for the MPA. Currently, the MPA manages about 63 activity concession, which is divided into the game drive, boat cruising, snorkeling, turtle tours, walking trail, fishing charter, and the likes. So this concession is run following the public-private partnership regulation. What the authority does is when they started concession, it helped them to maximize their revenue from tourism sources compared to when the park authority was managing most of these tourism activities. So what the MPA does is to advertise for these activities, and we have what do you call it, a lot of private tourism companies within the peripheral of the MPA that are running all these activities. They bid for the concession, and the requirements for the concessions are very stringent according to the MPA, so that to protect the integrity of the MPA. There are very stringent requirements which these companies that are bidding for these concession permits must meet, and there's a concession fee that are paid by these the companies that have won the bid to take this concession from the MPA management. And aside from the concession fee, for every activity, depending on activity, there are levies that the park authority would charge each of these private tourism companies in order to boost their revenue. But I'll be glad to speak more about this if there are detailed questions from the audience on the tourism concession. Then other source of tourism revenue, like I said earlier, the way the park is managed is a bit unique. You have the provincial authority that carry out the conservation day-to-day activities, which is the Ezembelo KZN Wildlife. They used to be the one managing all this MPA before it was declared as a World Heritage Site, and the national government had to come in as the manager. So there's a process of transition from the provincial authority to the national authority in managing the MPA. So currently, the provincial authority, which manages conservation in the MPA, they are still in charge of some of the assets of the MPA. They have accommodations in 7 locations with a total of 770 campsites. They have boat cruises in different parts of the MPA, and they currently generate about 50 million rand per year, compared to about 20 million rand per year that the park authority is generating. So the park authority is in the process of taking over these tourism assets from the provincial authority, and they're going to convert most of them into concession in order for them to maximize revenue from these activities and infrastructure. So in terms of the total management expenditure of the park, we ran from 2016 to 2023, and you can see the trend of their expenditure. Total expenditure is showed with the black line over a period. This is in millions of rand. And we can see expenditure keeps increasing over the years, which total about 468 million rands in 2022-2023 year. So upon completion of our needs assessments, we're able to determine the finance needs of the MPA over a period of 10 years, and also model what are the available resources and finance for the management of the MPA over that 10 years. And we're able to determine what's the additional finance, which is the finance gap of the MPA, will be in the next 10 years. Because upon us being able to identify the finance gap, then we'll be able to identify and develop finance solution that will be able to bridge this finance gap. So a total of about 565 million rand will be needed over 10 years to effectively manage the park. This is the gap, the finance gap, that would need to raise the funds for the effective management of the MPA. And it's broken down. We have 25%, which is about 140 billion for capital costs, 265 billion, which is for employee costs, and 160 million for other operational expenses of the MPA that needs to be bridged in finance. So in conjunction with the baseline study that we started. Okay, I'm running up. So we conducted a cost-benefit analysis, and the aim of the cost-benefit analysis is primarily to strengthen socioeconomic cohesion between the MPA stakeholders, the park authority, the conservation manager, and the communities due to past history of weak relationship among these stakeholders. So the outcome of this study, what we find out was there have always been a long history of livelihood restriction and resource extraction placed on the communities within the MPA by the park authority. And the NGOs and tourism operators have always, helped the communities in terms of social beneficiation. However, this beneficiation does not really bridge the gap created by the restriction of the park authority. So with this, we're coming in with nature-based solution in order to strengthen nature and people coexistence within the park. So in the course of our sustainable finance development, the White Trust set up a sustainable finance reference group where we brought in different sustainable finance development experts with the task to develop a sustainable finance plan. The first phase of it was to refine the needs assessment, which was done in the first phase of the project and which has been completed. So the second phase now is we've identified a long list of finance solutions, which we're going to streamline and we have to develop. And the last phase of it will be the implementation of this sustainable finance solution for the MPA. So this is just an overview of the work plan, the workshops we're conducting. We've conducted 2 different sustainable finance workshops, bringing different stakeholders from different parts of the world together. One was concluded May this year. We had one last year. Oh no, in 2022 May in Cape Town, and we're going to have 2 more workshops. One in September and the other one February next year before this project is rounded up. Excuse me. So in terms of this finance that has been identified, it's broken into 3. We have increasing revenue and maximizing the revenue of the park authority, which has to do with the tourism aspects, identification of new potential financial solution. We have the conservation trust fund. We have blue carbon credits, which we're going to develop biodiversity credits and biodiversity offsets. And also cost reduction of the way the MPA authority are managing their finances currently. So I think I have 2 minutes more to round up. Apologies. The sustainable finance development aspect has been funded by Aura. Everything that has to do with sustainable finance development, Aura has been supporting White Trusts to do this, both for Isimangaliso MPA and nationally. And this was one of the workshop that was conducted in 2022, supported and funded by Aura in Cape Town, South Africa. Then we work with different partners. Largely, the project is funded by Blue Action Fund, and we have other partners that will work together in developing this pilot projects. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Babatunda. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is no question for Babatunda because we have running out the time. So let's have a break for 15 minutes and we will come back again. Still the theme about sustainable financing for the MPA. Please give applause to all of us. Yes. Okay, welcome again. In this session, we're still talking about sustainable financing for MPAs. Please take a seat. And we have two speakers. Number one is number one is Perikanan, and number two is Cesar Viteri Megia. So, Perikanan will be talking about sustainable finance for MPA, lesson learned from Mediterranean, while Cesar will talking about pricing biodiversity in Galapagos Island. So, from these two sides, I think it's going to be very interesting talking today. So, I will let Perikanan to start the speak for only 20 minutes. Yeah? Okay?
And questions included or?
Not included, only talking.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, and first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very glad to be back to Indonesia and to the Coral Triangle area in which I had the pleasure to work for 4 years with my colleague Feda. So it's always a pleasure to come back and with Chris from the Coral Triangle. So I'm going to talk mainly from the Mediterranean, but my focus is from the world of the networks, because for the last 15 years, I've been the chairperson of the Mediterranean Network of Marine Protected Areas Managers. And also for the last 8 years, I've been working connecting networks first across the Atlantic through an European Union project, and then expanding this connection to Southeast Asia and beyond. So the map you can see, I don't know if it works. Oh, yeah? It's not work? Okay, yeah. So, what happens? Yeah, I'm used to work with the European speed. So, sorry, apologize. You are more zen. It's good for health. So this is a map with the different networks, regional institutions, also some national agencies. We have been working for the last 4 years sharing knowledge, experience, and tools for MPA management. And in fact, we are now continuing trying to create a permanent space for connecting those networks and those agencies. And why this? So the main point, if it wants to move, no? Together we identified that there are 4 main axes that deserve attention when we talk about providing support to the managers on the ground. So those main axes are the elements that those networks have been exchanging about between them. In fact, we also develop criteria to assessing the effectiveness of the networks and how well they are doing this job of supporting managers on the ground. So basically, they are the ones that you see, sharing information, knowledge, and tools. This is the basis why a group of managers or an institution in charge of management of MPAs create a network to provide this support to improve the skills, to improve the capacity of those managers on the ground. But this is also, this is the basis, but then normally we organize also trainings, capacity building, and exchanges between them to improve, to really promote those capacities. But it's also important to build the capacity of the network itself, because managing a network is not managing a classical NGO, an association, or a classical public administration body. It's something very specific. So also we need to build this capacity. All of all of the networks and the managers themselves, what they are doing is implementing the policies. So this is a dimension that sometimes the managers don't realize, but they are the final actors in implementing international policies. At this moment, the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is global, but also regional policies and national policies. So they provide policy support, and this is something very important to also understand. And finally, the fourth axis for exchanging is about financing. Why? Because without money, we cannot do any of the previous elements. So we need also to be supporting those managers and supporting the networks to have enough funds to do this permanent support. So in all those years, we were also working a lot on those elements, but also we work with other actors, for instance, the conservation trust funds. And I'm going to provide an example from the Mediterranean on this. So when we work together, the networks of managers and the conservation trust funds, we are addressing another dimension of capacity because we are able to mobilize more resources and being more effective in using those resources on the ground. So finally, the final idea was to create this space to permanent a global network in which we can continue developing this approach. Now I'm going to focus more in the Mediterranean, which is my mother network, and tell you a little bit what has been the experience, especially regarding fundraising or regarding the financial support to MPAs. Obviously, the network is not specialized on that. The main specialty is to provide the technical support. But as I said, we need this money. So what are those networks of MPA managers? So those networks are very important, as I say, to improve the MPA practical skills. And this helps to address the common conservation and management issues that most of them are common everywhere in the world. Others are more specific of each region. So I'm not going to enter here. But they also help to build communities of actors. It's important to identify who are the actors that have an impact on management and can support and inform policy and decision-making processes based on these ground actions. Doesn't move. Yeah. At this very moment, MedPan has 131 organizations in 21 countries from the 22 that composes the Mediterranean, and this means more or less more than 110 marine protected areas. I will not develop in deep this because it's not the objective, but I wanted to have a look at the current system of marine protected areas in the Mediterranean. This is not only those that are part of MedPan, these are the totality of the existing. Unfortunately, we are talking about 8.4%. So we are still far from 10, and we are even more far from 30. But when we look at the distribution of the map, you see that is not very equitative. So the big majority, 97% of the protected areas are in the European side. So we need to create more MPAs in North Africa, in the Middle East. So this is part of the challenge at regional scale. And we not only have this map, the map is created by MedPan and the RACSPA. RACSPA is the Regional Activity Center for Specially Protected Areas under the Barcelona Convention. That was the first regional seas convention that was created by the United Nations. So we work together in mapping, but also we work together in identifying the quality of the management, the challenges, because the map might hold everything, but it doesn't reflect necessarily the reality. There's a lot of paper parks. In fact, in the Mediterranean, more than 50% of the MPAs doesn't have a management plan. But if we look here, this is just a summary. You see that the big majority don't have enough budget, which is the key point for this session. There are many other dimensions that I will not mention about monitoring and, yeah, doesn't move. So I try to summarize what are the main sources of funding in marine protected areas. So obviously we have the governmental budget, the public administrations, often is the ministry, but sometimes are regional governments, province governments, even sometimes city governments, not so often. So this is the public budget. But then we may have additional sources. This responds to a study done in the Mediterranean and some examples of other regions, but mainly done in the Mediterranean by MEDPAN years ago. Today they might have new sources, of course. One of them is the recreational fishing license and the diving fees. This is something, for instance, the diving fees I know quite well in a natural park near where I live in Catalonia, near the border of France, the Medas Island. There is a huge income entering from the diving. The problem here is where you articulate then the use of those funds. I will not enter here, but sometimes this goes to a common bag from the ministry or from the government, and then are not automatically applied for the MPA that is collecting those funds. So this is another debate I cannot enter. Then there are permits and fees for the right to use the MPAs, some activities, mooring fees if you are sailing, commercial filmmaking or photography, concerts, weddings. So there's a nice example in Brijuni National Park in Croatia that they have a huge infrastructure and a lot of people go to celebrate the wedding there. And then there are also taxes and fees related to commercial fishing in few cases. An example we found was in Kiribati, because normally we are more talking about recreational fishing and related in MPAs more than professional. It depends also on the kind of MPA. And then we have fines or penalties for illegal activities. This is quite used in Egypt, in the Red Sea, and the development and selling local products, specifics. What is also very interesting, as an example, are the partnerships and voluntary contributions. In few MPAs, they, for instance, appeal to tourists to make voluntary donations. There is a very nice system in the Cocos Island in Costa Rica. Or ask the municipalities to make special fiscal contributions based on the value that those MPAs provide to the society, for instance, to this industry. Or partnerships and sponsorships with private stakeholders, for instance, in Cinque Terre, they use quite usual this, and also other sponsors and donors. There is a nice example in Slovenia of a cell phone company, the main cell phone company in the country, that is sponsorizing a huge amount of the fees of this protected area. So those are different examples. No. Okay, now. I think it's interesting when we talk about funding strategies to look at two dimensions. The national level, that's a common place to discuss and to mobilize resources, but also at the local level. Depending on the MPA, they may have more opportunities or less to mobilize funds. So national level is interesting to talk about those partnerships with private sectors. So if those are established at national level, all the MPAs of the country may benefit. Airport and environmental taxes, that's quite useful. The use of debt for nature swaps. I knew that in Indonesia now this is something that is being discussed or recently approved. And then also promote new laws for connecting payments for ecosystem services, or the blue carbon markets that in the case of the Mediterranean we are exploring mainly the seagrass, but this is not yet developed. And at an MPA level, you may make solid business plans. Very few MPAs in my region have business plans. Even those that have a management plan, few of them have a specific business plan. And this is something that MEDPAN help and motivate them to develop. Evaluate the willingness of visitors to pay, and also train the staff in fundraising, which is normally not one of the skills that the staff have. The managers don't normally work on this. And launch also foundations or do crowdfunding agreements with the municipalities or other actors. And also we can have, as I say, these dedicated voluntary accounts. So in the case of MEDPAN, we create a specific tool. It's small, but this is what we call the call for small projects, and in which we offer the possibility to the MPAs directly to apply for this call. It's not very high, it's up to 20,000 euros. They must provide some co-funding, sometimes it's the basic budget they have. And so far we had already 14 calls on this, with this process since 2011. And we have been implementing 59 selected projects. So the funds comes from main donors, private foundations, in this case the MAVA Foundation from Switzerland, Prince Albert of Monaco Foundation, some projects, in this case one European, or also the French Fund for French FFM, the Jeff from France, sorry. Okay, this is the list, but let me say that in this context we also launch a call specific for fundraising, for sustainable financing. So sometimes our donors want that MEDPAN uses those funds for specific targets. For instance, the Piu Bertarelli Foundation that is funding us for recently, they are very interested in no take, no go zone, in strict protection. So they fund a specific call for this objective. And we had also 4 projects, as I say, targeting sustainable financing. And this is a competition. Well, a competition is a call. So we select the best projects, but we also help the managers to build the project, because this is part of the skills that often the manager don't have, how to apply for funds. And let me tell a little bit about the example of a private company. This is Blue Seeds, is a company that works on many different financial tools. I'm going to show later a video that you can ask the organizers, because we don't have time to put everything. But this is a company we work a lot with MEDPAN, because they develop methodologies on all these different aspects. For instance, on self-financing mechanisms for MPAs, or on blue carbon. And this is very interesting, because not everything can be done from the MPAs, and neither for the governments or the networks. So working with those companies, it's a nice solution. So they help us, for instance, in the training. We organized a training years ago for business plans and for fundraising. So they were the executors of the training. And now I don't know what happened. Suddenly. Now they are working, for instance, in the implementation of a fee in different MPAs. And yeah, that's an interesting approach, working also with the private sector. And then in the Mediterranean, we had a process that started in 2012. No moving. That was the Mediterranean Forum for Marine Protected Areas. And from this forum, we had already 3 editions. The forum gathers all the concerned institutions, and the last one was in 2020. First in Turkey, Morocco, and the last in Monaco. And one of the main results of outcomes of this forum is the roadmap of marine protected areas. Oh my God. And this roadmap have 6 strategic objectives or recommendations. One of them, the 5th one, is financial sustainability. And it's good to have a roadmap. But a roadmap, if it's not implemented, it serves of nothing. So what we were very pushy from the very beginning in MEDPAN and other actors was in this 5th strategic objective, in the implementation of one of the elements of the objective, one of the actions, was the creation of a Mediterranean Trust Fund for the management of marine protected areas. And yeah, this was proposed in 2012, but it was created later. It took 4 years to establish, but today it exists. It's the Med Fund. And the Med Fund is a trust fund just with this objective of supporting the management. And it was created initially by 3 countries, France, Monaco, and Tunisia. Then other countries also joined. And in the board of directors, I've been there also for the last year, since the beginning, until April, as representative of MEDPAN. And that's very difficult to work with this. What is the aspects that the MEDFund is funding? So the basic management aspects, those that nobody wants to fund. And this is what makes the difference. It includes surveillance, regular scientific monitoring, awareness raising, so the basics of management. And it is also, it's very flexible, and it adapts to the different contexts. And the idea is to move from this big amount of paper parks we have in the Mediterranean towards efficient management. Obviously, it's a little bit utopic, but the utopia can only reach if we move towards it. So that's why we are doing this. And there are a number of countries that are prioritary. Those priorities come from the main donors of the Med funds. For instance, the GEF is one of the donors, or the French GEF as well. And this is the list of projects we have been implementing. And what is interesting is that this is something, these are the main sources of funding for the Med Fund today. We are obviously trying to also to expand. And what is interesting is the approach, because it's very science-based, but flexible. Because if we put the science in a classical manner, the managers cannot reach the targets. So we help them to also build the projects. We help to increase the capacity for monitoring, for taking decisions at local level. And this is also done in cooperation with MedPan and other key actors that are part of the board of directors to really help on this technical dimension of the implementation. And we promote a lot the co-management. Co-management is very important because often the governments don't have the activity to do everything. But if there are local NGOs or actors that can do, so we help this co-management, and this also helps to increase the capacity of the civil society. So we empower this civil society, we support those NGOs, those young communities, women especially, which is a challenge in most of the countries. So this is all part of the approach we promote through the Med Fund. And from this example, we have a network of managers. We have a trust fund. We decided to have a joint project. And the GEF found this project, which is called Build Back a Blue and Strong Mediterranean. And the idea of this project is that through the project we can contribute to the core management of MPAs by supporting by supporting the Med Fund, but we also enhance the capacity building of MPAs by supporting MedPan, because it's a part of the project. It was $5 million. $1 million is devoted to the capacity building of the managers. And we also request to promote this worldwide, so as a model that can be replicated. And taking advantage of a project, the Ocean Governance Project, that was the beginning, I put this map with all the networks. We contact also with conservation trust funds, and we decide to create a global alliance in which we can replicate this model of cooperation. What's the advantage of this model of cooperation? Is that the trust fund gives credibility to the financial institutions, and the network gives credibility for the implementation. And this creates stronger capacities to really work. So I'm passing half of the time with this. Please. Oh yeah. My last slide is to go to the beginning, to close what I start saying, that we are sharing all these experiences with networks in different regions, with conservation trust funds, because talking about financing doesn't make any sense if we don't reinforce all the other dimensions. The skills of the managers, the skills of the networks to be strong, and the capacity to support the policy implementation, which is finally the collective aim. But the key actors are down there. There is a huge distance between the negotiations at the CBD and the managers on the ground. And we need to really fill this gap. And this gap it can be only filled by supporting those people, by creating alliances, by working together, but without losing the specific identity on the ground. This is very important. Recognizing the diversity of societies, diversity of socioeconomic context, diversity of nature, but also the complexity of achieving common goals. So that's why we are working together and in this, creating this global connection of networks and supporting new networks and supporting the managers on the ground. So there is a video, and now during the questions, you can see the video without voice of Blue Seats. And if you are interested in having the video, you can ask the organizers. So that's all. If you want to contact, this is my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Puri Kanal. So you can come back to chair, and then we
I
will...
forget to say something for you. Just today, I received an email from the Reef Resilience Network that just launched a new MPA finance toolkit. So you just can check reefresilience.org, and you can have all this information that is also very useful. I couldn't put because I just saw later.
Okay. Thank you, Perikanan. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Mediterranean, we will go to Galapagos Islands, where Cesar Viteri Mejia will talking about pricing biodiversity. Time is yours, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm really honored to be invited to do this talk, and also I am very honored to share the stage with Perikanan. I have seen several presentations of Perikanan in different in different conferences about oceans this year, and I really have admired all the ideas that you have shared. So secretly, I have been his fan. So now I have the chance to say that. So I hope that my presentation will match the level of the presentation of Puri. But so today I am not going to talk about a fund, but I am going to talk about the experience of Galapagos, of the management of the Galapagos Islands in the aspects of tourism, and hopefully I will bring to the table, to the discussions, some of the problems, some of the hard decisions that you have to deal with the tourist-based industry. That, of course, tourism-based industry is kind of the, managers expect that tourism-based industry is an ally for the conservation, an ally that brings resources for the management of the areas. But there, in some cases, you reach such a point where the flow of visitors is so overflowing that it is very hard for managers to handle this kind of flow, and you start seeing some negative impacts of the visitings that you are receiving. So right now what I am going to present, it is an academic study that we did. It's an academic study that the objective is to bring some insights and some reflections about market instruments, price instruments that you can apply in order to manage this kind of impacts, and also at the same time manage to accomplish the financial, to accomplish the revenues that the economic revenues that are needed for the management of these kind of areas. So that is going to be the presentation that I'm going to do today. And the name of my presentation is Pricing Biodiversity in the Galapagos Islands, Nature-Based Tourism, Minimizing Impacts and Maximizing the Revenues. So that is what we are trying to accomplish for this. So this is the Galapagos Islands. As you can see, the Galapagos Islands lays 1,000 kilometers from the coastline of Ecuador. There are about 128 islands, and the area is about a kilometer squares. I don't know what's happening over there, but anyway. So the islands, they are just in the front of the South American coast, just in front of the coast of Ecuador. Surrounding the baseline of the archipelago, there is the Galapagos Marine Reserve. The Galapagos Marine Reserve goes from the mile 0 towards the mile 40. So all that area, it is the Galapagos Marine Reserve. So the take-home messages that I want to transmit you today is, first, that nature-based tourism has the potential to generate revenues for MPA conservation. That is something that probably everybody is going to agree. But also, what I want to say today is that nature-based tourism can also impact negatively the biodiversity of marine protected areas. Also, other important message that I want to deliver today is that pricing instruments such as price discrimination can maximize revenues collected from visitors to MPAs while managing their impacts. So with price instrument, we will be trying to balance these impacts, but also balance the need of having revenues from this activity. Also, other message that is important in this presentation is that understanding the visitors' demand and their preference are key for applying suitable pricing schemes. So we need to understand how is our demand, we need to understand the preferences of the visitors in order to design price structures that will meet those preferences, and also to try to, I will say the word, manipulate the number of visitors that we are going to receive and the kinds of visitors that we want to receive too. Okay. So tourism Galapagos, unfortunately, after about 40, 50 years in the Galapagos, you can realize now that tourist activity can become also a threat towards the conservation of a protected area. Tourism, for example, has increased the loss of biodiversity because of tourists can introduce non-native species. The main threat to biodiversity conservation in oceanic islands and Galapagos that have never been linked to the continent. They just pop out in the middle of the ocean because of the volcanic activity. They always has been isolated, and because of that, the kind of species that have evolved over there have never faced other kind of species. So when invasive species arrive to the island, they can behave very widely and threat the native species in the islands. Also, non-native species has been indicted in 1/2 of all the documented extinctions in the islands. So here what you can see is the evolution of invasive species, but also the evolution of the number of visitors that the Galapagos Islands are receiving today. So just for your information, the Galapagos Islands are receiving right now 330,000 visitors per year. So we have regained to the, we have overpassed the levels of the number of visitors that we used to receive pre-pandemic. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that the interpreter was not listening to me. So that is the number of visitors that are receiving today the Galapagos Island, and that is very challenging for this archipelago because the resources that the archipelago have, for example, fresh water, they are not available in the islands. The infrastructure for the management of for dealing with the wastewater or with dealing for waste is very limited. So having this overflow of visitors really put a lot of stress in the systems that we already have in the islands. So what we have done to understand what I have said before, trying to understand the demand the demand of tourists to visiting the islands. First, what we have done is to develop a willingness to pay study. We apply what is called a choice experiment methodology, and that choice experiment methodology is applied with surveys. So basically, we apply 2 choice experiment surveys to visitors finishing their trip to the Galapagos Islands. The respondents were shown 4 sets of hypothetical trips to the Galapagos, Yeah. So we designed some hypothetical trips to the Galapagos with different characteristics. I am going to show the kind of attributes that we have selected in order to design these different type of trips. And in the treatment one, these trips were characterized by 4 attributes: the type of experience that the visitor is going to have in the Galapagos, the length of the trip, the level of protection against invasive species, and price. Here. So this is an example of the menu or of the options of trips that we have shown to the visitors in order that they can make their choices. Yeah, and with that kind of information, we get the willingness to pay for these different attributes. One of the attributes that we selected to include in this, to characterize this type of trips, were the type of tour. Yeah, the type of tour, they can be an overview tour or an in-depth tour. The overview, we can call it a shallow experience for the Galapagos Islands, where you tour the islands and you just enjoy the most famous attractions around the archipelago. The in-depth tour, it is it could be a slow-paced experience in the islands, where you can learn more about the nature of the islands, about the biodiversity of the islands, about the geological history of the islands. So you get a more in-depth experience, as I put it there. So the other characteristic that we have chosen is short trip versus long trips. You can stay about 4 days, 5 nights, or you can stay 7 nights or longer. So these 2 types of trips. And the other characteristic that we have selected is the level of protection against invasive species. Basically, we have high protection levels. That is a high value of that is basically a high value, low volume model that minimizes the ecological impacts of the activity. A medium protection model that it is a kind of the status quo, where you have a medium flow volume of visitors that poses some manageable challenges to the isolation of the archipelago. And the low protection, that is a kind of large-scale model of tourism with high volume model that constantly opens new windows for the arrival of new invasive species. And the 4th attribute is the cost of the trip. So with those 4 attributes, we mix them together, we mix them, and we have different types of trips that the people can have. You show this kind of menus to the people and let the people to decide what kind of trips they would like to do. And all these type of trips, they are attached to a price. So in that way, we are able, after do some econometric model, we are able to realize the willingness to pay of the people for different attributes that they are going to have in their trip. For example, we can have the willingness to pay for the level of protection that they want to enjoy in this kind of trips, or the length of the trip, and also the type of tour of experience that they want to have during the trip. If it is a shallow experience, well, in this case we call it overview experience, or an in-depth experience about the Galapagos, and if they want to know really well about the different species and the biodiversity that you can find in the Galapagos. So those are the results. Those are the results that we got. Yeah. For example, one of the results that we can see here is that the willingness to pay for an in-depth experience is 1.2 times more than the current the current price that they are paying for this type of trips. And for example, also the high level of protection, it is almost twice the price they are willing to pay for the current type the current type of trip that they are doing right now. So what it is saying this kind of information? It is that, in fact, some visitors, they are willing to pay double for a scheme of protection of the tourism model that takes care more about the biodiversity of the islands. Yeah. And also, it says that the people also appreciate an in-depth experience. Thank you very much. That also the people is appreciating in-depth experience for the islands. So with that kind of information, we also did some simulations, trying to figure out what is happening when I change the price or when I assign, for example, arbitrarily a high price to short trips. Just, for example, applying a surcharge for short trips. Artificially made the short trips more expensive because we don't want to encourage short trips. So in that case, for example, you can see that the market share, so the number of people selecting short trips, it is reduced to 3%. While the long trips goes to 77%, and the long in-depth trip go to 77%, and long and overview trip goes to 20%. So that gives you an idea that it is possible to change the choices of the consumer based in the price that you can assign to certain attributes or certain type of trips that we are not willing to have in the islands. So some of the results also, they are saying that, well, of course, they are heterogeneity in the preferences that were revealed by this mixed logic model that we apply. So approximately 4% of the sample has a negative appreciation for in-depth trips. So it was possible to observe in this, among these people, that 4% of them, so it's a small percentage, but they are these people, that has a negative appreciation for in-depth trip. So it's people that goes to nature and they got bored of nature. So it's people that really doesn't want to go to a protected area. Also, we get people, the remaining of the visitors have a positive valuation for an in-depth experience. That is also something that we were expecting to see in the Galapagos. Yeah? There were also preference for protection. Individuals prefer high levels of protection relative to low levels of protection. And also that the magnitude of these coefficients speak of the importance of the protection for the visitors. As I said before, the high level of protection, it is almost, the willingness to pay for high level of protection is almost twice than the base case. So some of the policy recommendation is that these results suggest that the protection of a unique ecosystem can be balanced with the needs of tourism revenue. The demand for a trip versus no trip is inelastic. So basically what it's saying that it doesn't matter how much you increase the price for going to the Galapagos, there always be people who is willing and able to pay to go to the Galapagos. So it doesn't make sense that much to increase the price, to reduce the number of people going to the Galapagos, because there are going to be people who are willing to pay that kind of price, because it's a unique ecosystem that is very famous and people are willing to go. That is what basically is saying that the demand is, the demand for going to the Galapagos is inelastic. But what is interesting in this result is that the demand for short trips is elastic. Yeah. So the demand for short trip is elastic. It means that it is sensitive to price. So that's why when we increase the price for short trips, it is possible to reduce the number of short trips. So it responds to a price mechanism. The demand also can be shifted, because of that, the demand can be shifted from short trips to long trips through price discrimination, and also that this shift in trip types decrease the exposure of the Galapagos to threats against decrease the exposure of the Galapagos to threats against the against of biodiversity. So those are the main the main insights that I wanted to share with you today, and hopefully you will have some questions that I can answer. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Okay, we already listened about the two speakers that talking about sustainable financing for MPAs. One is about MPA network actually in the area of Mediterranean, which is the large area where there are many MPAs that they are collaborate and also ecologically connected. That is the main idea of the MPA network. And you know, when Cesar talking about Galapagos, I remember about Charles Darwin, who developed the theory of evolution, the survival of the fittest, etc. So we have about 20 minutes for question. Also, what about Babatunda? He's still online? Okay, so the question goes to Babatunda, the previous session, and then or to Perikanan or to Cesar. So one from here, Mas Habibi, Pak Safri, Cairo, yes, please, Mas Habibi.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask this question to both Babatunde and Puri. Both you guys presenting a very well information here, and you very am interested with the concession. Babatunde mentioning about the concession on tourism, and Puri mentioning about concession fees as mentioned by Blue Seats. And I wonder, can you elaborate more about this concession system? I mean, how do you develop this concession system, on what activity, and how this money come to the management of the MPA, and how do you manage the money? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Habibi. Babatunda, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you answer the question about the concession system?
Okay, I can do that. So with regards to the concession system, so what the park authority does is to advertise for a bid by the local tourism organization. So you have different activities that you want to concede out to private tourism operators. It could be accommodation, it could be boat ride, you know, so many activities depending on the activities, tourism activities that you have within your MPA, especially those activities that, you know, they drive a lot of tourists coming around. And the essence of concession is for you to be able to manage those activities efficiently and to be able to maximize your revenue. And we all know most MPA, especially MPAs that are managed by government agencies, they are not that strong in terms of maximizing revenue generation. And that's why they go for what they call a public-private partnership, and in this case, it's called a concession method. So with the concession that is advertised, then you shortlist the number of, what do you call it, tourism operators that you want to give concession permit to for different activities. And this permit is priced. There is an amount that is being paid for the concession permits. And aside from the amount that is being paid for the concession permits, for each of those activities, there is an amount that the tourism operator will pay to the party, which also serve as revenue. So the park authority generates revenue from the concession permits and still generates revenue from activities that are carried out by the tourism operators that have this concession. So with that, they can maximize the revenue that is coming into the park authority, which they now add to other sources of revenue from government and other things for effective management of the MPA. Thank you.
Well, the cases I know of concessions are mainly those of Spain, and normally it responds to a certain kind of uses that people want to have in the protected area. For instance, I'm thinking the National Park of Cabrera in the Balearic Island, which is a small island next to Mallorca, which is the big island. To go there is the concession for just 2 companies of boats to travel. So no, you cannot go by yourself unless you have a small boat, and it's very limited the number of people that can stay there. So normally there's the concession for these 2. What they say initially in the case of the Medas Island, this is in the peninsula in Catalonia, this, the permits for diving is also something controlled by the public administration. In both cases, what happens that for me is a problem. This is not everywhere in the Mediterranean. We are talking about 22 countries, so I'm talking about the one I know better. For instance, the problem in my country, for me, is that the money is collected by either the Ministry of Environment in charge of the national park, or the regional administration and Balearic government or Catalan government, but they collect in a common pocket. So it goes to the Directorate General, and it goes to the responsible body for the overall protected areas, not just marine protected areas, overall protected area system. And the problem is that, for instance, the case of Meda Island, the income for diving licenses is huge. It's a big amount, but it goes back to investment in the site. And this creates a lot of misperception. I think this is something that is not well developed. I think they should be established at least a percentage that for sure reverts in the protected area, because this protected area, for instance, if you go to the visitor center, is miserable. It's not at the level that the site needs. In the case of Cabrera, no, the visitor center is amazing, it's high design, so it's another history. But just to tell you that this is something that has to be designed properly, and I'm not saying 100% to the place, because it also receives benefits from being in a country which has a good system of protected areas, but at least a percentage should be established to remain there and to be invested in the management. So I'm telling just an example that I know other countries have different systems. In Italy, is a single body, is an autonomous body. In Spain, they are part of a directorate general, either in the regions or in the overall state. So depending on this, it might change a lot. But the examples I know are this. Thank you.
Thank you, Puri. Next question, Pak Safri. Tapi Pak Safri, jangan banyak-banyak pertanyaannya ya. Okay.
Baik, terima kasih. Pada Pak Cesar, pertanyaan saya pertama terkait dengan bagaimana pariwisata ini bisa membackup biaya pengelolaan di sana. Nah, pertanyaan saya adalah, saya tidak tahu ini single body di sana atau seperti apa untuk Galapagos ya. Nah, itu berarti sangat mudah mengatur semua. Nah, kalau kita bandingkan misalkan dengan kami di Raja Ampat, itu ada banyak sekali industri wisata yang bergerak di dalam kawasan konservasi, sehingga sedikit di kita itu penuh tantangan bagaimana menyatukan persepsi itu. Dan mereka juga buat ini sendiri, buat tarif sendiri ketika orang mau masuk menikmati layanan mereka. Tapi dalam kawasan konservasi kita, nah kita juga membuat tarif masuk. Itu yang pertama, bagaimana mensinergikan ini. Misalkan sayangnya di sana single body jadi enak sekali. Nah, terkait Ibu Puri, pengaruh network ini terhadap entah itu kebijakan lokal pemerintah atau mungkin organisasi yang lebih besar lagi, ya, PBB misalkan atau WTO misalkan, terkait dengan bagaimana dukungan mereka terhadap kawasan konservasi. Bukankah kawasan konservasi ini mendukung atau setidak-tidaknya memelihara sumber daya lautnya begitu? Nah, bagaimana terkait itu? Kalau memang di situ berpengaruh besar, saya pikir ini memang sangat bagus untuk kita coba terapkan juga di setidak-tidaknya di Asia Tenggara begitu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Safri. Cesar, you get the question?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the question. So the first part of the question can back up the management cost that an area have. I think thank you for this question, and what I think is that it is an illusion, I think, that you pretend to cover all the management costs of a protected area where you are protecting the biodiversity, you are protecting very complex ecosystems. I think that it's an illusion that you pretend to cover all these costs with just the tourism activity. And also I don't think that it's fair, because with a protected area, you are generating so many benefits that some of them remain locally, some of them remain in our national frontiers, but a lot of them, they are a contribution of our countries, of our protected areas to the whole world, to the whole global community. So I think that the management costs of protected area still need the support, not just of the tourist industry and how much revenues you can collect from the visitors and from the tourist activities that I develop over, but also from central government contribution and also from international cooperation. And that is the kind of model that we have in the Galapagos Islands, because of course, we have an entrance fee to the Galapagos Islands, to the Galapagos National Park, but with that entrance fee is among different institutions that has to deal with the Galapagos Islands. In the Galapagos, 30,000 inhabitants. They are permanent residents in the islands. So 30,000 is not a small population. And is people who need infrastructure, who need services, and need different with the demands of these people in terms of, for example, providing drinkable water, providing sewerage system, providing a waste management system, and that kind of stuff. So be distributed between these different institutions that deals with the management of the island, and one of them is the Galapagos National Park that gets the largest share, but it is not the 100% of the revenues that you are collecting with us. And also the Galapagos National Park receives contributions from the central government, for the management of the islands, and also we get also contributions from the international cooperation. So what was the other question? The other question was regarding...
That is answering the other question.
That's answering?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please, Puri.
Yeah, well, I couldn't present all the story of MedPan because I was targeting fundraising, financing, but I think it's interesting to know a little bit briefly the story. MedPan was created in 2008 and started working in 2009. It was created by 9 managers from the whole region, 9 individuals that had an experience with the JEF project that promote exchanges, and then a second project with European funds that also promote exchanges. They realized how important was to get connected and to have a voice, a common voice. And it's not a voice in terms of a war and a reivindication. It's just to really pass to the decision makers the knowledge for what's needed and what's going on the ground. And they decide to create a permanent structure and create an association under the French law. From these 9 managers, we passed to 110 in 15 years. And I've been there since the origin, since it was created until last April. And what we decided was the main focus is to support the managers, but the support is not something that goes top down from the board of directors and the secretariat of the managers. It's a permanent dialogue. So we capture from them what they need, but sometimes we also propose things. For instance, climate change. I remember when I told them back in 2010 or 11, you must learn about how to address climate change in your daily work. Most of them say, no, that's not for us, this is another topic. We have a lot with the management. Yes, this is a topic of the management. So we didn't push, but we organized a training on how to monitor climate change in MPAs, and a number of them followed the training, and they proposed projects to the call for small projects on how to have permanent monitoring, so they understood this. So as I say, this is a permanent exchange. But what was important was to explain this also to the authorities in different countries, how important it is to address those topics at different levels, at the ground level and the management, but also at the decision level. And we started working with few countries. We also had a close relationship with the European Commission because half of the Mediterranean is in Europe, but the other half receive funds from Europe as well. So that's, in terms of cooperation, the Mediterranean is a very interesting region. And we have to start following all the debates of the CBD, for instance. Why? Because, yeah, we have a regional CIS convention that must apply what is decided at the CBD level, but the CBD seldom hears about the voices of the managers, about the practitioners, because the people that attend those meetings are the responsible in the ministries, not the practitioners. So we were also attending those meetings and providing input from the region and organizing all those forums in which we invite not only the managers but also the policymakers, also the fishing sector. We work closely with most of the artisanal fisheries in the region. So our influence is allowing the information to pass, not to push for any decision, but allowing the knowledge to pass. And today, in the Mediterranean, the big majority of people that is working on policies related to the sea is aware that we have marine protected areas, that those marine protected areas have challenges, and that those challenges are not limited to the people that is there, that is related to the development of the region. So I think this is a success. And now the challenge is to mobilize more resources to guarantee this permanent good management in all the marine protected areas, which we're still far away. And to really be influenced, we cannot do this only from the Mediterranean. That's why it's so important exchanges with other regions, because the big donors, the big money is not in the Mediterranean. I always say this, the big money is far away, but Mediterranean can contribute. And I always say, just to conclude this, if something works in the Mediterranean, it can work everywhere, because unfortunately, my region is well known for the fights. We have more than 10,000 years history of fighting, and we still have wars today. But when we meet with the managers, we have managers coming from Israel, from Lebanon, from Egypt, and these people are not the ones that fight. Obviously, this is a problem of the high-level decision makers, the politicians, but these people really love to exchange the data, because a marine turtle may move in 2 days from Egypt past the coast of Israel and go to Lebanon and Turkey and also Syria. So they need this data, and that's why it's important the civil society space for networking. And this it helps to build peace, despite we cannot fight with the presidents and prime ministers. That's another dimension that escapes to our capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Puri. Before go to James, there is a question in the screen to Baba Tunda. Are you still there, Baba Tunda?
Yes, I'm here. Can I respond?
Okay, please.
Hello?
Yes, please respond the question.
Okay. So, to the question that says, how much can ecosystem services in the context of tourism in Isimangaliso MPA finance the MPA management? Currently, ecosystem services related to tourism account for between 5 to 15% of the finance of the MPA. And if it is well optimized or maximized, ecosystem services related to tourism can finance up to between 30 to 35% of the finance needed to manage the MPA. And currently, the MPA, the Park Authority, they are in the process of upscaling their concessions and tourism, ecosystem tourism related services, in order for them to be able to increase their revenue. Because the park already has a lot of ecosystem services. It's a unique park that has a lot of biodiversity that can really drive high revenue from ecosystem related services associated to tourism. So 30 to 35% of finance can be generated from ecosystem related services to finance the park management. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba Tunda. James, please.
Thank you so much. The Galapagos, luckily I come from my evolutionary ecology, so I know the area. But I hate the concept of high-end tourism, because it privatizes the common. There are those people who cannot afford, like I was a student, we were thinking of those Darwinian finches, the Galapagos. Then my question comes, what is your sustainable level you can manage the people? Because, and it's a question I was following up in the morning, if this is a very high-end, very precious, is a World Heritage Site, then you look at the people who are there, the 30,000 people, I wonder whether they appreciate, whether their livelihood, you bringing the high-end people, whether their livelihood improves. So my question is, what's the role even of the international community, rather than just restricting a high-end, a rich guy who doesn't even understand the evolution of this species, and he just wants to pay because, he has to pay. So I'm looking about that guy who is a poor, in love of conservation, who will keep it, yeah? So it's more of not necessarily a question for you, but I want a question whereby I am looking at morality, international human heritage site, rather than feeling now it's a prestige of the rich and dying of riches.
Okay, please, Cesar.
Yes, I understand your question, and I understand also the morality behind that question, and who really deserves to go to the Galapagos, who really deserves to be there. So if the size of your pocket makes you entitled to go and appreciate those this kind of unique ecosystems. Yeah, it's a very, very hard question, but I think that for example, it's possible for managers not just to discriminate in terms of price, but also discriminate in terms of, I will say, time. Time is something that everybody has. We have the same amount of time. It has been allocated to us. Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you are winning, you are earning. You have 24 hours in the day. Yeah. So, for example, one way that you use this price discrimination is trying to charge more for short trips, and probably to have lower prices for long trips. So lower prices for long trips means that at least some people who has more appreciation for this kind of ecosystems probably can afford to stay longer to the islands and to this kind of unique ecosystems, and can enjoy it better. So, for example, you can create a kind of programs for volunteering, and you can stay like 1 month, 2 months in the islands, where you are offering this chance of enjoying the islands without paying, but what you are doing is you are committing to, for example, 1 month or 2 months of your life to contribute and help in the conservation of these kind of unique ecosystems. So I think that we can be a little more creative in terms of how we start to discriminate or restrict the type of people that goes to this kind of ecosystem, and create more opportunities for people who, as you said, cannot afford to go to these places.
I want to add something on this, because I think this is a very interesting point. I think we should separate the right to go to a place for a foreigner that lives far away, that the right to go to a protected area for the people that lives there. And this is something that sometimes is forgotten completely. I remember during a safari in South Africa, visiting a national park, and then being in the village where you go to buy things, and you realize that the children there never saw a giraffe. And I start crying when I learned this, because it was so unfair that all this land that belongs to his ancestors, those children cannot pay the entry, and us as Europeans, we can pay. And these kinds of things, for me, this is where the human rights has to be put in the table from the beginning of the creation of a protected area. People that comes from outside, obviously, I don't think we have the right to go everywhere in the planet, because I cannot climb the Everest Mount. It's far from my physical capacity, and I will not ask to put a lift there, because sometimes, people sometimes do these kinds of things. So we are not equal because we are diverse, but there are some basic rights that are very important to put in place and to explain. People that live there, because where you learn to love nature is not when you travel to Galapagos. You love to learn nature when you are able to realize how important is nature around you. And most of our villages and coastal sites in the Mediterranean have lost most of the qualities, environmental qualities. And people, you ask the children to draft something about nature, and they put mountains and trees in the mountain. No kid drafts a beach, a coastal area, because it's not connected with the concept of nature. So here we have a lot of things, work to do, and on awareness raising and promoting the quality of the sites around the local populations in everywhere, in developed and developing countries. So I think that is interesting, your point. Thank you.
Thank you, Puri, Cesar, and also Baba Tunda. I know this is a very interesting topic, and I know there is still a lot of questions about this topic, but we do have a time constraint. In schedule, actually, we should finish at 4:30, but it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I have to stop this discussion. But I think we learn a lot from many countries here. from USA, from Kenya, from South Africa, from Galapagos, from Mediterranean, and also from South Africa, Bapak Tando. So I hope that my first question when I opening this discussion is how to finance the MPA management could be, maybe we cannot answer for the question, but at least we have kind of inspiration when we come back to our MPAs, we support the MPAs. There are a lot of ideas from this room that maybe we can implement. So again, thank you very much and give applause to our speakers.
Bapak Ibu, terima kasih untuk hari ini telah selesai. Untuk besok, karena besok ada high speed dari beberapa menteri di 6 negara, jadi kami meminta untuk Bapak Ibu sudah standby di bawah ya di Hotel Prama, itu dari jam 7 pagi, mohon maaf memang agak sedikit pagi, karena nanti akan ada pemeriksaan yang sangat ketat karena banyak menteri yang akan datang ke dalam acara tersebut. Jadi saya ulangi lagi, besok jam 7 pagi di Hotel Prama di lobi, sudah dapat berkumpul ya Bapak Ibu jam 7 pagi untuk ke proses keberangkatan ke Meru. Terima kasih.